Welcome to Sleepy Dictionary 9. Let's go through the words. Suspicious, indicating suspicion, mistrust, or fear. Acuteness, the faculty of nice discernment or perception. Acumen, keenness, sharpness, sensitiveness, applied to the senses, or the understanding. By acuteness of feeling, we perceive small objects or slight impressions. By acuteness of intellect, we discern nice distinctions. Vulgate, of or pertaining to the Vulgate, or the Old Latin version of the Scriptures. Determinate, having defined limits, not uncertain or arbitrary, fixed, established, definite. Superphosphate, an acid phosphate. Gloaming, Sullenness, melancholy. Marchpane, a kind of sweet bread or biscuit, a cake of pounded almonds and sugar. Smoker, one who smokes tobacco or the like. Denigrate, to blacken thoroughly, to make very black. Hovel, to put in a hovel, to shelter. Adaptive, suited, given, or tending to adaptation, characterized by adaptation, capable of adapting. Overstayed, of overst. Ichthyosis, a disease in which the skin is thick, rough, and scaly, called also fish skin. Satiate, filled to satiety, blooded, sated, followed by with aura. Hawk, one of numerous species and genera of rapacious birds of the family Falconid. They differ from the true falcons in lacking the prominent tooth and notch of the bill, and in having shorter and less pointed wings. Many are of large size and great into the eagles. Some, as the goshawk, were formerly trained like falcons. In a more general sense the word is not infrequently applied, also, to true falcons, as the sparrowhawk, pigeon hawk, duck hawk, and prairie hawk. Hausen, a large sturgeon Sipenser huso, from the region of the Black Sea. It is sometimes 12 feet long. Macropters, a division of birds, the longipens. Surmising, present participle and verbal noun of surmise, a thought, imagination, or conjecture, which is based upon feeble or scanty evidence, suspicion, guess, as the surmises of jealousy or of envy. Joint, involving the united activity of two or more, done or produced by two or more working together. Truncheon, to beat with a truncheon. Noah, any one of several very large extinct species of wingless birds belonging to Dinornis and other related genera, of the suborder Denigrate, found in New Zealand. They are allied to the apteryx and the ostrich. They were probably exterminated by the natives before New Zealand was discovered by Europeans. Some species were much larger than the ostrich. Charse bank. To reduce to coal or carbon by exposure to heat. To reduce to charcoal. To burn to cinder. Mesotartrate. Pertaining to, or designating, an acid called also inactive tartaric acid. Pyroglyc. Pertaining to, derived from, or designating, an acid called pyrigal, a phenol metameric with fluoroglycine, obtained by the distillation of gallic acid as a poisonous white crystalline substance having acid properties, and hence called also pyriglic acid. It is a strong reducer, and is used as a developer in photography and in the production of certain dyes. Sagitta. A small constellation north of Aquila, the Arrow. Hazard. Anything that is hazarded or risked, as the stakes in gaming. Arrangement. Arrangement. Snip. To check, to sneak, to snip. Pendulonist. An advocate of pendulanism. Air brake. A railway brake operated by condensed air. Hydramia. An abnormally watery state of the blood, anemia. Fortnight. The space of 14 days, 2 weeks. Imbeam. To make brilliant with beams. Capnunar. A limpid, colorless oil with a peculiar odor, obtained from beach tar. Water bear. Any species of tardigrade off tardigrada. Swarth. The whole sweep of a scythe, or the whole breadth from which grass or grain is cut by a scythe or a machine, in mowing or cradling, as, to cut a wide swath. Fiducial. Having the nature of a trust, fiduciary, as, fiducial power. Ashling. The short upright pieces between the floor beams and rafters in garrets, in the United States especially, a thin facing of squared and dressed stone upon a wall of rubble or brick. Temp. Moisture, humidity, fog, fogginess, vapor. Dorsibranchiate. Having branchiae along the back, belonging to the dorsibranchiata. Acetized. Imperfect and past participle of acetize, to impregnate with azote, or nitrogen, to nitrogenize. Emulsin. The white milky pulp or extract of bitter almonds. Whirlwind. A violent windstorm of limited extent, as the tornado, characterized by an inward spiral motion of the air with an upward current in the center, a vortex of air. It usually has a rapid progressive motion. Preemptive. Of or pertaining to preemption, having power to preempt, preempting. Candlefish. A marine fish, they like these pacificus, allied to the smelt, found on the North Pacific coast, called also ulacon. It is so oily that, when dried, it may be used as a candle, by drawing a wick through it. Aeolian. Formed, or deposited, by the action of wind, as dunes. Phosphate. Atrociously wicked. Congressman. A member of the Congress of the United States, especially of the House of Representatives. Bank. The regular term of a court of law, or the full court sitting to hear arguments upon questions of law, as distinguished from a sitting at nisi prius, or a court held for jury trials, an establishment for the custody, loan, exchange, or issue, of money, and for facilitating the transmission of funds by drafts or bills of exchange, an institution incorporated for performing one or more of such functions, or the stockholders or their representatives, the directors, acting in their corporate capacity. Improvisatorial. Of or pertaining to improvisation or extemporaneous composition. Decline. To turn or bend aside, to deviate, to stray, to withdraw, as a line that declines from straightness, conduct that declines from sound morals. Margaretic. Pertaining to, or resembling, pearl, pearly. Gymnospermous. Belonging to the class of plants consisting of gymnosperms. Unnumbered. Not numbered, not counted or estimated, innumerable. Theban. A native or inhabitant of Thebes, also a wise man. Loculi. Divided into compartments. Fluxility. State of being flexible. Practitioner. One who does anything customarily or habitually. Wicker. Made of, or covered with twigs or sires, or wicker work. By spell. A proverb. Ambition. The act of going about to solicit or obtain an office, or any other object of desire. Canvassing. Fettle. The act of fettling. Form. To take a form, definite shape, or arrangement, as the infantry should form in column. Drug. To dose to excess with, or as with, drugs.
Goldsmith.
An artisan who manufactures vessels and ornaments, etc., of gold.
Mutilate.
To destroy or remove a material part of, so as to render imperfect, as, to mutilate the orations of Cicero.
Sangreal.
Set apart to the service or worship of God, hallowed, sacred, reserved from profane or common use, holy vessels, holy priesthood, grail, under grail.
Plumbogonius.
Pertaining to natural order Plumbogony, of Demoptilus herbs, of which Plumbago is the type. The order includes also the marsh rosemary, the thrift, and a few other genera.
Underfang.
To undertake, to take in hand, to receive.
Edge.
The thin cutting side of the blade of an instrument, as the edge of an axe, knife, sword, or scythe, hence, figuratively, that which cuts as an edge does, or wounds deeply, etc.
Extortion.
The act of extorting, the act or practice of wresting anything from a person by force, by threats, or by any undue exercise of power, undue exaction, overcharge.
Charter.
Written evidence in due form of things done or granted, contracts made, etc., between man and man, a deed, or conveyance.
Ilk.
Same, each, every.
Brahmal.
An oily, colorless fluid, CBR3CO, related to bromiform, as chloral is to chloroform, and obtained by the action of bromine on alcohol.
Dragon.
A short musket hook to swivel attached to a soldier's belt, so called from the representation of a dragon's head at the muzzle.
Polygynous.
One who maintains that animals of the same species have sprung from more than one original pair, opposed to monogynous.
Shunt.
To turn off to one side, especially, to turn off, as a grain or a car upon a side track, to switch off, to shift.
Avenue.
The principal walk or approach to house which is withdrawn from the road, especially such approach bordered on each side by trees, any broad passageway thus bordered.
Periodic.
A periodic bone.
Jowl.
The cheek, the jaw.
Bacon.
Past participle of bake, to prepare, as food, by cooking in a dry heat, either in an oven or under coals, or on heated stone or metal, as, to bake bread, meat, apples.
Picture.
Imperfect and past participle of picture, a representation of anything as a person, a landscape, a building, upon canvas, paper, or other surface, produced by means of painting, drawing, engraving, photography, etc. A representation in colors, by extension, a figure, a model.
Orthoponopoid.
A name given to the two planes in the monoclinic system which are parallel to the vertical and orthodiagonal axes.
Catholicity.
The state or quality of being Catholic. Universality.
Sheet anchor.
A large anchor stowed on shores outside the waist of the vessel, called also waist anchor. See the note under anchor.
Progress.
To make progress, to move forward in space, to continue onward in course, to proceed, to advance, to go on, as railroads are progressing.
Anachronize.
To refer to, or put into, the wrong time.
Anarchist.
An anarch, one who advocates anarchy of aims at the overthrow of civil government.
Injection.
The act of injecting or throwing in, applied particularly to the forcible throwing in of a liquid or air-formed body, by means of a syringe, pump, etc.
Tint.
A color considered with reference to other very similar colors, as red and blue are different colors, but two shades of scarlet are different tints.
Set.
To begin to move, to go out or forth, to start, now followed by a
Deepness.
craft, insidiousness.
Withering.
Injured or hurt in the withers, as a horse.
Musulmanism.
The religion, or doctrines and precepts, of Mohammed, contained in the Quran, Islamism.
Non-emphatic.
Having no emphasis, unemphatic.
Distribute.
To make distribution.
Anthropologic.
Pertaining to anthropology, belonging to the nature of man.
Confess.
To make acknowledgment or avowal in a matter pertaining to oneself, to acknowledge, own, or admit, as a crime, a fault, a debt.
Indeciduous.
Having no decidua, non-decidua.
Giggle.
A wanton, a lascivious or light, giddy girl.
Quintuplicate.
Plated lengthwise and twisted in addition, as the bud of the morning glory.
Jaculator.
The archer fish toxotes jaculator.
Passers.
An order, or suborder, of birds, including more than half of all the known species. It embraces all singing birds oscines, together with many other small perching birds.
Discount.
Originally, a double song, a melody or counterpoint sung above the plain song of the tenor, a variation of an air, a variation by ornament of the main subject or plain sawing. To divide a pack of cards into two portions to decide the deal or trump, or to change the order of the cards to be dealt.
Stark.
Stiff, rigid.
Chirography.
The art of telling fortunes by examining the hand.
Steepness.
Height, loftiness.
May.
The early part or springtime of life.
Reduce.
To bring or let back to any former place or condition.
Bog trotter.
One who lives in a boggy country, applied in derision to the lowest class of Irish.
Incapacity.
Want of capacity, lack of physical or intellectual power, inability.
Renner.
A runner.
Milliliter.
A measure of capacity in the metric system, containing the THOUSANDTH part of a liter. It is a cubic centimeter, and is equal to 0.061 of an English cubic inch, or to 0.0338 of an American fluid ounce.
Underset.
To prop or support.
Pass.
Permission or license to pass, or to go and come. A PSSSPORD, a ticket permitting free transit or admission, as a railroad or theater pass, a military pass.
Union.
The act of uniting or joining two or more things into one, or the state of being united or joined, junction, coalition, combination.
Lechery.
Selfish pleasure, delight.
Jinglemoid.
Pertaining to, or resembling, a jingliness, or hinge joint, jingliform.
Restum.
To stem, or move against, as, to rest in the current.
Eleoptine.
Aleoptene is a terpenoid compound found in various essential oils, particularly in the rinds of citrus fruits, and is known for its characteristic citrus aroma. It is also referred to as the alpha isomer of limonene and is used in perfumery and as a flavoring agent in the food industry.
Inoffensive.
Giving no offense, or provocation, causing no uneasiness, annoyance, or disturbance, as an inoffensive man, answer, appearance.
Pedocarp.
A stem, or footstalk, supporting the fruit.
Palatine.
Of or pertaining to a palace, or to a high officer of a palace, hence, possessing royal privileges.
Lot.
Small in size or extent, not big, diminutive, opposed to big or large, as a little body, a little animal, a little piece of ground, a little hill, a little distance, a little child.
Polyglot.
A book containing several versions of the same text, or containing the same subject matter in several languages, especially the scriptures in several languages.
Irreceptive.
Not receiving, incapable of receiving.
Improviso.
Not prepared or mediated beforehand, extemporaneous.
Asynesia.
Paralysis of the motor nerves, loss of movement.
Administrable.
Capable of being administered as an administrable law.
Badness.
The state of being bad.
Alloyage.
The act or art of alloying metals. Also, the combination or alloy.
Immaterially.
In an immaterial manner, without matter or corporeal substance.
Drawback.
Money paid back or remitted, especially a certain amount of duties or customs, sometimes the whole, and sometimes only a part, remitted or paid back by the government, on the exportation of the commodities on which they were levied.
Idiotical.
Pertaining to, or like, an idiot, characterized by idiocy, foolish, fatuous, as, an idiotic person, speech, laugh, or action.
Self-created.
Created by oneself, not formed or constituted by another.
Constipated.
Imperfect and past participle of constipate, to stop a channel, by filling it and preventing passage through it, as to constipate the capillary vessels.
Enhouse.
To drive from a house or habitation, to dislodge, hence, to deprive of shelter.
Mantle shelf.
The shelf of the mantle.
Bull.
A constellation of the zodiac between Aries and Gemini, it contains the Pleiades.
Opiated.
Mixed with opiates.
Right.
A true statement, freedom from error of falsehood, adherence to truth or fact.
Rectifier.
One who, or that which, rectifies.
Wergel.
The price of a man's head, the compensation paid of a man killed, partly to the king for the loss of a subject, partly to the lord of a vassal, and partly to the next of kin, it was paid by the murderer.
Escutcheon.
The surface, usually a shield, upon which bearings are marshalled and displayed. The surface of the escutcheon is called the field. The upper part is called the chief, and the lower part the base sea-shift and field. That side of the escutcheon which is on the right hand of the knight who bears the shield on his arm is called dexter, and the other side sinister.
Ring dove.
A European wild pigeon columbus, having a white crescent on each side of the neck, whence the name, called also wood pigeon, and cushion.
Hearty.
Comrade, boon companion, good fellow, a term of familiar address and fellowship among sailors.
Last.
Next before the present, as I saw him last week.
Solvability.
The quality or state of being solvable, as the solvability of a difficulty, the solvability of a problem.
Bulldozer.
One who bulldozes.
Nozzle.
A short tube, usually tapering, forming the vent of hose or pipe.
Selected.
Imperfect and past participle of select, taken from a number by preference, picked out as more valuable or excellent than others, of special value or excellence, nicely chosen, selected, choice.
Quietus.
Final discharge or acquittance, as from debt or obligation, that which silences claims, figuratively, rest, death.
Analyzer.
To subject to analysis, to resolve anything complex into its elements, to separate into the constituent parts, for the purpose of an examination of each separately, to examine in such a manner as to ascertain the elements or nature of the thing examined, as to analyze a fossil substance, to analyze a sentence or a word, to analyze an action to ascertain its morality.
Lie.
Small in size or extent, not big, diminutive, opposed to big or large, as a little body, a little animal, a little piece of ground, a little hill, a little distance, a little child.
Box.
The driver's seat on a carriage or coach.
Spear.
To ask.
Despoil.
To deprive for spoil, to plunder, to rob, to pillage, to strip, to divest, usually followed by of.
Recremental.
Of or pertaining to recrement, consisting of recrement or dross.
Extremity.
One of locomotive appendages of an animal, a limb, a leg or an arm of man.
Suitor.
Especially, one who solicits a woman in marriage, a wooer, a lover.
Turgessing.
Present participle and verbal noun of turgess, to become turgid, to swell or be inflated.
Cravated.
Wearing a cravat.
Irremovable.
Not removable, immovable, inflexible.
Entering.
Present participle and verbal noun of enter. To get admission, to introduce one's self, to penetrate, to form or constitute a part, to become a partaker or participant, to share, to engage, usually with into, sometimes with on or upon, as, A ball enters into the body, water enters into a ship, he enters into the plan, to enter into a quarrel. A merchant enters into partnership with someone, to enter upon another's land. The boy enters on his 10th year, to enter upon a task. Lead enters into the composition of pewter.
Invaluable.
Valuable beyond estimation, inestimable, priceless, precious.
Jasper.
An opaque, impure variety of quartz, of red, yellow, and other dull colors, breaking with a smooth surface. It admits of high polish, and is used for vases, seals, snuff boxes, etc. When the colors are in stripes or bands, it is called striped/banded jasper. The Egyptian pebble is a brownish yellow jasper.
Slumber.
Sleep, especially light sleep, sleep that is not deep or sound, repose.
Languished.
Imperfect and past participle of languish, to become languid or weak, to lose strength or animation, to be or become dull, feeble or spiritless, to pine away, to wither or fade.
Dexterical.
Ready and expert in the use of the body and limbs, skillful and active with the hands, handy, ready, as, a dexterous hand, a dexterous workman.
Galaxy.
To denoting part of an aggregate or whole, belonging to number or quantity mentioned, out of, from amongst, as, of this little he had some to spare, some of the minds were unproductive, most of the company.
Peripheron.
A small mass of tubules near the ovary in some animals, and corresponding with the peripididymis of the male.
Snot.
A mean, insignificant fellow.
Man.
The male portion of the human race.
Manable.
Fit for, or capable of, marriage, of an age at which marriage is allowable.
Osculation.
The contact of one curve with another, when the number of consecutive points of the latter through which the former passes suffices for the complete determination of the former curve.
Underlie.
To be at the basis of, to form the foundation of, to support, as, a doctrine underlying a theory.
Delabriform.
Shaped like the head of an axe or hatchet, as some leaves, and also certain organs of some shellfish.
Reembrace.
To embrace again.
Illuxanthin.
The yellow dye obtained from the leaves of the holly.
Concomitantly.
In company with others, unitedly, concurrently.
Labials.
The central process, or front edge, of the labium of insects. It sometimes serves as a tongue or proboscis, as in bees.
Panic struck.
Struck with a panic, or sudden fear.
hard,
not easy or agreeable to the taste, stiff, rigid, ungraceful, repelling, as hard style.
moringa,
Designating an organic acid obtained from oil of ben, a genus of trees of southern India and northern Africa. One species Moringa pterygosperma is the horseradish tree, and its seeds, as well as those of M. aptera, are known in commerce as ben or ben nuts, and yield the oil called oil of ben.
elk,
A large deer, of several species, the European elk Alces maclis or cervus alces, is closely allied to the American moose, the American elk, or Wapiti cervus canadensis, is closely related to the European stag, a large cervine mammal Alces maclis, or ano, Americanus, native of the northern United States and Canada. The adult male is about as large as a horse, and has very large, palmate antlers. It closely resembles the European elk, and by many zoologists is considered the same species, a large deer, of several species. The European elk Alces maclis or cervus alces is closely allied to the American moose, the American elk, or Wapiti cervus canadensis, is closely related to the European stag, sea moose, and Wapiti,
simple,
a part of anything presented for inspection, or shown as evidence of the quality of the whole. A specimen, as goods are often purchased by samples.
tricostate,
Three ribbed, having three ribs from the base.
siphonate,
Having a siphon or siphons.
hibernaculum,
Winter home or abiding place.
enterum,
A kind of scissors used for opening the intestinal canal, as in post-mortem examinations.
crust,
A hard mass, made up of dried secretions blood, or pus, occurring upon the surface of the body.
cocker,
An opaque, compact variety of barite, or heavy spar.
troubled,
Imperfect and past participle of trouble, to give occasion for labor to, used in polite phraseology, as, I will not trouble you to deliver the letter.
pentelic,
Of or pertaining to Mount Pentelicus, near Athens, famous for its fine white marble quarries, obtained from Mount Pentelicus, as the Pentelic marble of which the Parthenon is built.
hum,
The home base, he started for home.
acetous,
Having a sour taste, sour, acid.
celebrity,
A person of distinction or renown, usually in the plural, as he is one of the celebrities of the place.
serially,
In a series, or regular order, in a serial manner, as arranged serially, published serially.
bobbin,
a fine cord or narrow braid,
lepidopterist,
one who studies the Lepidoptera,
trencher,
one who trenches, especially one who cuts or digs ditches,
York use,
the one of the three printed uses of England which was followed in the North. It was based on the Sarum use, the act of employing anything, or of applying it to one's service, the state of being so employed or applied, application, employment, conversion to some purpose, as the use of a pen in writing, is machines are in general use. 6.
onseam,
To cover with grease, to defile, to pollute.
whitster,
A whitener, a bleacher, a white ester.
upset,
Set up, fixed, determined. Used chiefly or only in the phrase upset price, that is, the price fixed upon as the minimum for property offered in a public sale, or, in an auction, the price at which property is set up or started by the auctioneer, and the lowest price at which it will be sold.
defendant,
A person required to make answer in an action or suit, opposed to plaintiff.
first hand,
Obtained directly from the first or original source, hence, without the intervention of an agent.
stirred,
Imperfect and past participle of stir. To disturb the relative position of the particles of, as of a liquid, by passing something through it, to agitate, as, to stir a pudding with a spoon.
Gravenstein,
A kind of fall apple, marked with streaks of deep red and orange, and of excellent flavor and quality.
sliden,
To slide,
touch,
to lay a hand upon for curing disease.
derision,
An object of derision or scorn, a laughing stock.
premonition,
Previous warning, notice, or information, forewarning, as a premonition of danger.
platform,
Any flat or horizontal surface, especially one that is raised above some particular level, as a framework of timber or boards horizontally joined so as to form a roof, or a raised floor, or portion of a floor, a landing, a dais, a stage, for speakers, performers, or workmen, a standing place.
seal,
The conger eel,
weasel face,
having a thin, sharp face like a weasel.
public,
A public house, an inn.
rheometer,
An instrument for measuring currents, especially the force or intensity of electrical currents, a galvanometer.
time,
Anxiety, time.
blanch,
to grow or make pale.
gravedigger,
Present participle and verbal noun of bury, to cover out of sight, either by heaping something over, or by placing within something, as earth, etc. To conceal by covering, to hide, as, to bury coals in ashes, to bury the face in the hands, beetle, underbury, city.
legend,
A story respecting saints, especially one of a marvelous nature.
plus,
A small apartment, or recess in the side of a room, for household utensils, clothing, etc.
intercommune,
To have mutual communication or intercourse by conservation.
dissimilar,
Not similar, unlike, heterogeneous, as the tempers of men are as dissimilar as their features.
bitter,
A person who, without right, enters into a freehold on the death of the last possessor, before the heir or divisee.
chirography,
The art of writing or engrossing, handwriting, as skilled in chirography.
witness,
To give testimony to testify to attest.
reclusion,
A state of retirement from the world, seclusion.
sorghale,
Any hemipterous insect of the genus Euryxifus, found upon forest trees.
misdoubt,
Suspicion.
dab,
A skillful hand, a dabster, an expert.
imputation,
The act of imputing or charging, attribution, ascription, also, anything imputed or charged.
dodo,
A combining formed uniting relation to, or situation near or in, the air.
skeletonized,
Imperfect and past participle of skeletonize, to prepare skeleton of, also, to reduce, as a leaf, to its skeleton.
is,
The third person singular of the substantive verb be, in the indicative mood, present tense, as, he is a man, to exist in a certain manner or relation, whether as a reality or as a product of thought, to exist as the subject of a certain predicate, that is, as having a certain attribute, or as belonging to a certain sort, or as identical with what is specified, a word or words for the predicate being annexed, as, to be happy, to be here, to be large, or strong, to be an animal, to be a hero, to be a non-entity. 3 and 2 are 5. Annihilation is the cessation of existence, that is the man.
moonite,
Eye affected by the moon, also, a disease in the eye of a horse.
frost,
To roughen or sharpen, as the nailheads or caulks of horseshoes, so as to fit them for frosty weather.
Pick.
To separate or open by means of a sharp point or points, as to pick matted wool, cotton, oakum, etc.
Manner.
The style of writing or thought of an author. Characteristic peculiarity of an artist.
Half-faced.
Showing only part of the face, wretched looking, meager.
Mounter.
One who mounts.
Peril.
To be exposed to danger, to hazard, to risk, as to peril one's life.
Spit.
To eject, to throw out, to belch.
Calciform.
Shaped like a slipper, as one petal of the lady's slipper, calceolate.
Autocritorical.
Pertaining to an autocrator, absolute.
Ignobility.
State or quality of being ignoble.
Outdoing.
Present participle and verbal noun of outdo. To go beyond in performance, to excel, to surpass.
Laryngitis.
Inflammation of the larynx.
Leviathan.
An aquatic animal, described in the Book of Job, Switzerland 41, and mentioned in other passages of Scripture.
Homologenic.
Pertaining to, or characterized by, homology, as, homologenic qualities, or differences.
Clear.
To free from the imputation of guilt, to justify, vindicate, or acquit, often used with from before the thing imputed.
Foreslug.
To lsoe by idleness or sloth.
Chapter.
A decretal epistle.
Preserver.
One who, or that which, preserves, saves, or defends, from destruction, injury, or decay, especially, one who saves the life or character of another.
Perihelion.
That point of the orbit of a planet or comet which is nearest to the Sun, opposed to aphelion.
Pharaoh.
A gambling game at CARDDS, in which all the other players play against the dealer or banker, staking their money upon the order in which the cards will lie and be dealt from the pack.
Tamed.
An injury done to a lance in an encounter, without its being broken, also, the breaking of a lance in an encounter in a dishonorable or unscientific manner.
Cosmogonous.
One who treats of the origin of the universe, one versed in cosmogony.
Anaplerotic.
Filling up, promoting granulation of wounds or ulcers.
Intend.
To apply with energy.
Hypothesis.
A process, or other element, of a vertebra develop from the ventral side of the centrum, as small spines and chevron bones.
chiaroscuro,
The art or practice of so arranging the light and dark parts as to produce a harmonious effect. Compare clair-obscur.
sycophantize,
To play the sycophant.
reconsecrate,
To consecrate anew or again.
jenny,
A machine for spinning a number of threads at once, used in factories.
non-resident,
A non-resident person, one who does not reside in the state or jurisdiction.
garreteer,
One who lives in a garret, a poor author, a literary hack.
hyperl,
Under the tail, applied to the bones which support the caudal fin rays in most fishes.
deviatory,
Tending to deviate, devious, as deviatory motion.
rara,
The pum or great black cockatoo of Australia Microglossus aterimus.
archimandrite,
A superintendent of several monasteries, corresponding to superior abbot or father provincial in the Roman Catholic Church.
millenarism,
The doctrine of millenarians.
competed,
Imperfect and past participle of compete, to contend emulously, to seek or strive for the same thing, position, or reward for which another is striving, to contend in rivalry, as for a prize or in business, as tradesmen compete with one another.
Cambrian,
A native of Cambria or Wales.
moiled,
Imperfect and past participle of moil. To soil oneself with severe labor. To work with painful effort. To labor. To toil. To drudge.
mura,
The brain and spinal cord. The cerebrospinal axis. Myelencephalon.
manufacturing,
Pertaining to manufacture. As manufacturing projects.
caliphonite,
A coarsely granular variety of garnet.
metallochrome,
A coloring produced by the deposition of some metallic compound, specifically, the prismatic tints produced by depositing a film of peroxide of lead on polished steel by electricity.
articularly,
In an articular or inarticulate manner.
entire,
Internal, interior.
irresponsible,
Nor responsible, not liable or able to answer for consequences, innocent.
sufficient,
Capable of meeting obligations, responsible.
dim,
To be of opinion, to think, to estimate, to opine, to suppose.
Circulaceous.
Of or pertaining to natural order Sterculaceae, of polyptylous exogenous plants, mostly tropical. The cacao Theobroma cacao is the most useful plant of the order.
Slept.
Imperative of sleep.
Intervene.
To come between.
Cathetometer.
An instrument for the accurate measurement of small differences of height, especially of the differences in the height of the upper surfaces of two columns of mercury or other fluid, or of the same column at different times. It consists of a telescopic leveling apparatus D, which slides up or down a perpendicular metallic standard very finely graduated BB. The telescope is raised or depressed in order to sight the objects or surfaces, and the differences in vertical height are thus shown on the graduated standard.
Rope.
To partition, separate, or divide off, by means of rope, so as to include or exclude something, as, to rope in, or rope off, a plot of ground, to rope out a crowd.
Betray.
To disclose or discover, as something which prudence would conceal. To reveal unintentionally.
Self-imposed.
Voluntarily taken on oneself, as self-imposed tasks.
Hydrastine.
An alkaloid, found in the rootstock of the golden seal Hydrastis canadensis, and extracted as a bitter, white, crystalline substance. It is used as a tonic and febrifuge.
Gastromycetes.
An order of fungi, in which the spores are borne inside a sac called a peridium, as in the puffballs.
Prairies.
The quality or state of being priggish, excessive or affected scrupulousness in speech or conduct, stiffness, coyness.
Concave.
Bowed in the form of an arch, called also arch.
Liturgist.
One who favors or adheres strictly to a liturgy.
Discomfort.
To free from that which cumbers or impedes, to disencumber.
Johnsonian.
Pertaining to or resembling Dr. Johnson or his style, pompous, inflated.
Discrete.
To spy out or discover by the eye, as objects distant or obscure, to sp, to recognize, to discern, to discover.
Flemish.
The language or dialect spoken by the Flemings, also, collectively, the people of Flanders.
Garland.
A wreath of chaplet made of branches, flowers, or feathers, and sometimes of precious stones, to be worn on the head like a crown, a coronal, a wreath.
Drill.
The act of moving round, routine, repetition.
accoutrements,
dress, trappings, equipment, specifically, the devices and equipments worn by soldiers.
touch,
A single stroke on a drawing or a picture.
echini,
A name sometimes given to the egg and anchor or egg and dart molding, because that ornament is often identified with Roman Doric capital. The name probably alludes to the shape of the shell of the sea urchin.
gloif,
A close-fitting cap covering the sides of the head, like a small hood without a cape.
measure,
Regulated division of movement.
suspend,
To hold in an undetermined or undecided state, as to suspend one's judgment or opinion.
puffy,
Characterized by arrogance or petulance, easily offended.
mimesis,
Of the color of minium or red lead, miniate.
gnarlstone,
A sandy calcareous stone, containing or impregnated with iron, and lying between the upper and lower lias of England.
weaponshaw,
An exhibition of arms, according to the rank of the individual, by all persons bearing arms, formerly made at certain seasons in each district.
retrogress,
Backward development, a passing from higher to lower state of organization or structure, as when an animal, approaching maturity, becomes less highly organized than would be expected from its earlier stages or known relationship, called also retrograde development and regressive metamorphism.
scientific,
Having a knowledge of science, or of a science, evincing science or systematic knowledge, as a scientific chemist, a scientific reasoner, a scientific argument.
tire,
A nozzle, mouthpiece, or fixture through which the blast is delivered to the interior of a blast furnace, or to the fire of a forge.
monasticon,
A book giving an account of monasteries.
farmed,
Imperfect and past participle of farm. To give up to another, as an estate, a business, the revenue, etc., on condition of receiving in return a percentage of what it yields, as to farm the taxes.
reap,
To perform the act or operation of reaping, to gather a harvest.
drape,
To cover or adorn with drapery or folds of cloth, or as with drapery, as to drape a bust, a building, etc.
gonophore,
A lengthened receptacle, bearing the stamens and carpels in a conspicuous manner.
jeer,
A gear, a tackle.
keynote,
The fundamental fact or idea, that which gives the key, as the keynote of a policy or a sermon.
overflow,
that which flows over, a superfluous portion, a superabundance.
proper,
Rightly so called, strictly considered, as Greece proper, the garden proper.
contemporary,
Of the same age, Hovel.
sethol,
One of the higher alcohols of the methane series, homologous with ethol, and found in small quantities as an ethereal salt of stearic acid in spermaceti.
amalgamated,
Imperfect and past participle of amalgamate, to mix, so as to make a uniform compound, to unite or combine, as, to amalgamate two races, to amalgamate one race with another.
pharistic,
Front stick of a hearth fire.
greasy,
Full of creases.
skewer,
A pin of wood or metal for fastening meat to a spit, or for keeping it in form while roasting.
define,
To define.
erysipelas,
Resembling erysipelas, or partaking of its nature.
impartially,
In an impartial manner.
retractive,
Serving to retract, of the nature of a retraction.
peasantly,
Rude, clownish, illiterate.
hanksman,
An attendant, a servant, a follower, now chiefly used as a political cant term.
epicurize,
To profess or tend towards the doctrines of Epicurus.
walker,
One who walks, a pedestrian.
water pot,
A vessel for holding or conveying water, or for sprinkling water on cloth, plants, etc.
putter,
Imperfect and past participle of putter, specifically, one who pushes the small wagons in a coal mine, and the like.
suprasternal,
Situated above, or anterior to, the sternum.
canto,
One of the chief divisions of a long poem, a book.
papaver,
A genus of plants, including the poppy.
onography,
A description or plan of the heavens and the heavenly bodies, the construction of celestial maps, globes, etc. Onology.
fissurella,
A genus of marine gastropod mollusks, having a conical or limpet-like shell, with an opening at the apex, called also keyhole limp.
hyalonema,
A genus of hexactinoline sponges, having a long stem composed of very long, slender, transparent, siliceous fibers twisted together like the strands of a color. The stem of the Japanese species H. c. boldi, called glass rope, has long been in use as an ornament. A remarkable vitreous sponge of the genus Hyalonema, first brought from Japan. It has a long stem, consisting of a bundle of long and large, glassy, siliceous fibers, twisted together.
Colligate.
To tie or bind together.
Grieful.
Full of grief or sorrow.
Plowable.
Capable of being plowed, arable.
Y.
The letter Y.
Razorbill.
A species of auk alcatorta, common in the Arctic seas, a name given to various species of Arctic seabirds of the family Alcea. The great auk, now extinct, is Alcatlotus impennis. The razor-billed auk is an otorda, a particle which expresses the relation of connection or addition. It is used to conjoin a word with a word, a clause with a clause, or a sentence with a sentence, and illus, in appendix.
Phosphonic.
Pertaining to, or designating, certain derivatives of phosphorus acid containing hydrocarbon radical, and analogous to the sulfonic acid.
Babbler.
An idle talker, an irrational prater, a teller of secrets.
Altarist.
A chaplain.
Scriber.
A sharp-pointed tool, used by joiners for drawing lines on stuff, marking all.
Prosecute.
To follow after.
Tinned.
To kindle, to burn.
Auxiliar.
An auxiliary.
Pedimental.
Of or pertaining to pediment.
Grayling.
A European fish Thymalus vulgaris, allied to the trout, but having a very broad dorsal fin, called also umber. It inhabits cold mountain streams, and is valued as a game fish.
Quaintly.
In a quaint manner.
Crowbar.
A bar of iron sharpened at one end, and used as a lever.
Subterranean.
Being or lying under the surface of the earth, situated within the earth, or underground, as subterranean springs, a subterraneous passage.
Sutural.
Taking place at a suture, as a sutural deslashescence.
Inveracity.
Want of veracity, untruthfulness, as inveracity of heart.
Pro.
A prefix signifying before, in front, forth, for, in behalf of, in place of, according to, as, propose, to place before, proceed, to go before or forward, project, to throw forward, prologue, part spoken before the main piece, propel, prognate house, provide, to look out for, pronoun, a word instead of a noun, proconsul, a person acting in place of a consul, proportion, arrangement according to parts.
Formative.
A word formed in accordance with some rule or usage, as from root.
Tangibility.
The quality or state of being tangible.
Atropism.
A condition of the system produced by long use of belladonna.
Repudiator.
One who repudiates.
Ever-living.
Living always, immortal, eternal, as the ever-living God.
Tableland.
A broad, level, elevated area of land, a plateau.
Columbate.
A salt of columbic acid, niobate, a rare element of the vanadium group, first found in a variety of the mineral columbite occurring in Connecticut, probably at Haddam. Atomic weight 94.2, symbol Cb or niobium, now more commonly called niobium.
Rhodizonic.
Pertaining to, or designating, a colorless crystalline substance called rhodizonic acid, and carboxylic acid, obtained from potassium carboxide and from certain quinones. It forms brilliant red, yellow, and purple salts.
Gig.
A light carriage, with one pair of wheels, drawn by one horse, a kind of chaise.
Apartness.
The quality of standing apart.
Lewd.
Belonging to the lower classes, or the rabble. Idle and lawless, bad, vicious.
Talmudist.
One versed in the Talmud, one who adheres to the teachings of the Talmud.
Setiger.
An anlet having set a chetapod.
Dais.
A platform slightly raised above the floor of a hall or large room, giving distinction to the table and seats placed upon it for the chief guests.
Utopical.
Utopian, ideal.
Octamerous.
Having the parts innates, as an octamerous flower, octamerous mesenteries in polyps.
Embrace.
To attempt to influence corruptly, as a jury or court.
Synonymicon.
A dictionary of synonyms.
Usnic.
Pertaining to, or designating, a complex acid obtained, as a yellow crystalline substance, from certain genera of lichens Usna, Parmelia, etc.
Scripturian.
A scripturist.
Conscientious.
Influenced by conscience, governed by a strict regard to the dictates of conscience, or by the known or supposed rules of right and wrong, said of a person.
Bordering.
Present participle and verbal noun of border. To be, or to have, contiguous to touch, or be touched, as by a border. to be, or to have, near the limits or boundary, as the region borders a forest, or is bordered on the north by a forest.
Improve.
To disprove or make void, to refute.
Android.
A machine or automaton in the form of a human being.
Congratulating.
Present participle and verbal noun of congratulate, to address with expressions of sympathetic pleasure on account of some happy event affecting the person addressed, to wish joy to.
Laboratory.
The workroom of a chemist, also, a place devoted to the experiments in any branch of natural science, as a chemical, physical, or biological laboratory, hence, by extension, a place where something is prepared, or some operation is performed, as the liver is the laboratory of the bile.
Distinctive.
Having the power to distinguish and discern, discriminating.
Period.
The punctuation point that marks the end of a complete sentence, or of an abbreviated word.
Affirmation.
That which is asserted, an assertion, a positive statement, an averment, as an affirmation, by the vendor, of title to property sold, or of its quality.
Reinsert.
To insert again.
Dilapidator.
One who causes dilapidation.
Nepalese.
Of or pertaining to Nepal, a kingdom in northern Hindustan.
Gravity.
The tendency of a mass of matter toward a center of attraction, especially the tendency of a body toward the center of the earth, terrestrial gravitation.
Unconverted.
Not changed in opinion, or from one faith to another.
Lab/Siam.
A supposed new metallic element, it is said to have been discovered in pyrites and some other minerals, and to be of a silver-white color, and malleable.
Exclamation.
A loud calling or crying out, outcry, loud or emphatic utterance, vehement vociferation, clamor, that which is cried out, as an expression of feeling, sudden expression of sound or words indicative of emotion, as in surprise, pain, grief, joy, anger, etc.
Equatorial.
An instrument consisting of a telescope so mounted as to have two axes of motion at right angles to each other, one of them parallel to the axis of the Earth, and each carrying a graduated circle, the one for measuring declination, and the other right ascension, or the hour angle, so that the telescope may be directed, even in the daytime, to any star or other object whose right ascension and declination are known. The motion in right ascension is sometimes communicated by clockwork, so as to keep the object constantly in the field of the telescope, called also an equatorial telescope.
Bannerville.
A banderole. especially a banner displayed at a funeral procession and set over the tomb, a little banner, flag, or streamer.
Adjunctive.
One who, or that which, is joined.
Byword.
A common saying, a proverb, a saying that has a general currency.
Swing.
To sway or move from one side or direction to another, as the door swung open.
Wise.
Way of being or acting, manner, mode, fashion.
Dearth.
Strong, powerful, fierce.
Illimitable.
Incapable of being limited or bounded, immeasurable, limitless, boundless, as illimitable space.
Damsel.
A young person, either male or female, of noble or gentle extraction, as Damsel Pepin, Damsel Richard, Prince of Wales.
Question.
To talk to converse with.
Abstention.
The act of abstaining, holding aloof.
Love.
A climbing species of clematis centigrade, vitalba.
Distance.
To outstrip by as much as a distance a space between two objects, the length of a line, especially the shortest line joining two points or things that are separate, measure of separation in place. 3. To leave far behind, to surpass greatly.
Organize.
To have the effect of the gorgon upon, to turn into stone, to petrify.
Dry.
To evaporate wholly, to be exhaled, said of moisture, or a liquid, sometimes with up, as the stream dries, or dries up.
Igloo.
A cavity, or excavation, made in the snow by a seal, over its breathing hole in the ice.
Narwhal.
An Arctic cetacean mountain monoceros, about 20 feet long. The male usually has one long, twisted, pointed canine tooth, or tusk projecting forward from the upper jaw like a horn, whence it is called also sea unicorn, unicorn fish, and unicorn whale. Sometimes two horns are developed, side by side.
Fiber.
One of the delicate, thread-like portions of which the tissues of plants and animals are in part constituted, as the fiber of flax or of mussel.
Luster.
One who lusts.
Microcrystalline.
Crystalline on a fine, or microscopic, scale, consisting of fine crystals, as the ground mass of certain porphyrics is microcrystalline.
Shortstop.
The player stationed in the field between the second and third bases.
What?
A large draught of any liquid.
Sea salt.
Common salt, obtained from seawater by evaporation.
Sprite.
To hunt, as a sprite.
Turn.
A circuitous walk, or a walk to and fro, ending where it began, a short walk, a stroll.
Reserved.
Kept for future or special use, or for an exigency, as reserved troops, a reserved seat in a theater.
Make believe.
A feigning to believe, as in the play of children, a mere pretense, a fiction, an invention.
Counterpoint.
Music in parts, part writing, harmony, polyphonic music, composition in mutually related, equally important parts which share the melody among them. Contrapuntal composition, opposed to homophony, in which the melody is given to one part only, the others filling out the harmony. A coverlet, a cover for a bed, often stitched or broken into squares. A counterpane, a duplicate part or copy of an indenture, deed, etc., corresponding with the original, now called counterpart.
Umpire.
To act as umpire or arbitrator.
Sense.
Imperfect and past participle of sense, to perfume with odors from burning gums and spices.
Smoke.
To apply smoke to hang in smoke, to disinfect, to cure, etc. by smoke, as to smoke or fumigate infected clothing, to smoke beef or hams for preservation.
Etiolated.
Having a blanched or faded appearance, as birds inhabiting desert regions.
Contrivance.
The thing contrived, invented, or planned, disposition of parts or causes by design, a scheme, plan, artifice, arrangement.
Operation.
A hardening of the heart, hardness of heart.
Punch.
Imperfect and past participle of punch, a tool, usually of steel, variously shaped at one end for different uses, and either solid, for stamping or for perforating holes in metallic plates and other substances, or hollow and sharp-edged, for cutting out blanks, as for buttons, steel pens, jewelry, and the like, a die.
Incurred.
Imperfect and past participle of incur. To meet or fall in with, as something inconvenient, harmful, or onerous. To put oneself in the way of, to expose oneself to become liable or subject to bring down upon oneself, to encounter, to contract, as, to incur debt, danger, displeasure slash penalty, responsibility, etc.
Trim.
The shaft of the cart.
Offertory.
The act of offering, or the thing offered.
Ticklish.
Difficult, nice, critical, as, a ticklish business.
Inexsuperable.
not capable of being passed over, insuperable, insurmountable.
Submit.
To yield one's person to the power of another, to give up resistance, to surrender.
Condemn.
To doom to be taken for public use, under the right of eminent domain.
Pie.
To put into a mixed and disordered condition, as type, to mix and disarrange the type of, as, to pieiform.
Pawns.
The pansy.
Verse.
Acquainted or familiar, as the result of experience, study, practice, etc., skilled, practice.
Wick.
A small gate by which the chamber of canal locks is emptied, or by which the amount of water passing to water wheel is regulated.
Descent.
To descend.
Phycops.
A genus of trilobites found in the Silurian and Devonian formations. Phycops bufo is one of the most common species.
Pumper.
One who pumps, the instrument or machine used in pumping.
Horologer.
A maker or vendor of clocks and watches, one skilled in horology.
Cage.
An outer framework of timber, enclosing something within it, as the cage of a staircase.
Renown.
Report of nobleness or exploits, praise.
Pointel.
A kind of pencil or style used with the tablets of the Middle Ages.
Fling.
A cast from the hand, a throw, also, a flounce, a kick, as, the fling of a horse.
Radication.
The disposition of the roots of a plant.
Rehearsal.
The act of rehearsing, recital, narration, repetition, specifically, a private recital, performance, or season of practice, in preparation for a public exhibition or exercise.
Potsdam Group.
A subdivision of the Primordial or Cambrian period in American geology, so named from the sandstone of Potsdam, New York, a sheet of paper, pasteboard, or the like, on which information is exhibited, especially when the information is arranged in tabular form, as an historical chart of geology.
Broil.
To work sluggishly or slowly, to plod.
Laze.
To be lazy or idle.
Abusive.
Containing abuse, or serving as the instrument of abuse, vituperative, reproachful, scurrilous.
Hexacapsular.
Having 6 capsules or seed vessels.
Silic.
Of or pertaining to the Salian Franks, or to the Silic law so called.
sulfur arsenic,
of, pertaining to, or containing, sulfur and arsenic, said of an acid which is the act of substituting or putting one person or thing in the place of another, as the substitution of an agent, attorney, or representative to act for one in his absence. The substitution of banknotes for gold and silver as a circulating medium.
hot,
High, elevated, hence, haughty, proud.
inwards,
Toward the inside, toward the center or interior, as, to bend a thing inward.
omphalos,
The navel.
expone,
To expound, to explain, also, to expose, to imperil.
eliticism,
The Eleatic doctrine.
oringos,
A bead of rough carnelian. Orangos were formerly imported from Bombay for use in the African slave trade.
substitute,
One who, or that which, is substituted or put in the place of another. One who acts for another. That which stands in lieu of something else.
plexus,
A network of vessels, nerves, or fibers.
cankerly,
Fretfully, spitefully.
rudmasty,
Either of the feasts of the Holy Cross, occurring on May 3rd and September 14th, annually.
after each,
The grass that grows after the first crop has been mown, aftermath.
levulation,
An unfermentable carbohydrate obtained by gently heating levulose.
trinal,
Consisting of three, or thrice repeated, triple, as, threefold justice.
remedy,
Affording a remedy, intended for a remedy, or for the removal or abatement of an evil, as, remedial treatment.
hemostatic,
A medicine or application to arrest hemorrhage.
perpetuity,
The quality or state of being perpetual, as, the perpetuity of laws.
snickered,
Imperfect and past participle of snicker. To laugh with audible catches of voice, as when persons attempt to suppress loud laughter.
leptocardia,
The lowest class of vertebrata, including only the amphioxus. The heart is represented only by a simple pulsating vessel. The blood is colorless. The brain, renal organs, and limbs are wanting, and the backbone is represented only by a simple, unsegmented notochord. A fish-like creature Amphioxus lanceolatus, 2 or 3 inches long, found in temperature seas, also called the lancelet. Its body is pointed at both ends. It is the lowest and most generalized of the vertebrates, having neither brain, skull, vertebrae, nor red blood. It forms the type of the group Acrania, Leptocardia, etc.
wave,
a waif, a castaway.
contract,
To be drawn together so as to be diminished in size or extent, to shrink, to be reduced in compass or in duration, as iron contracts in cooling, rope contracts when wet.
tagline,
A large flying squirrel Tromes pituarista, its body becomes 2 feet long, with a large bushy tail nearly as long.
fr,
A vitreous compound, used by potters in glazing, consisting of lime, silica, borax, lead, and soda.
mellow,
To make mellow.
reminiscence,
That which is remembered, or recalled to mind, a statement or narration of remembered experience, a recollection, as pleasing or painful reminiscences.
temporal,
Anything temporal or secular, a temporality, used chiefly in the plural.
romping,
Inclined to romp, indulging in romps.
rank,
Elevated grade or standing, high degree, high social position, distinction, eminence, as a man of rank.
asa,
An ancient name of a gum.
drift,
To accumulate in heaps by the force of wind, to be driven into heaps, as snow or sand drifts.
hyperboliform,
Having the form, or nearly the form, of an hyperbola.
poaching,
Present participle and verbal noun of poach, to steal or pocket game, or to carry it away privately, as in a bag, to kill or destroy game contrary to law, especially by night, to hunt or fish unlawfully, as to poach for rabbits or for salmon.
overcatch,
To overtake,
marshalling,
of marshal,
repentingly,
with repentance, penitently.
wet,
Very damp, rainy, as wet weather, a wet season.
harassment,
The act of harassing, or state of being harassed, worry, annoyance, anxiety.
populacy,
The common people, the vulgar, the multitude, comprehending all persons not distinguished by rank, office, education, or profession.
metamorphize,
To metamorphose.
pound set box,
A box with a perforated lid, for sprinkling pounds, or for holding perfumes.
glowbird,
The glowworm.
moonstruck,
Made sick by the supposed influence of the moon, as a human being, made unsuitable for food, as fishes, by such supposed influence.
flat,
horizontal vein or deposit auxiliary to main vein. Also, any horizontal portion of a vein not elsewhere horizontal.
Corgi.
An obligation to perform certain services, as the repair of roads, for the lord or sovereign.
Farsightedness.
Quality of BBEING farsight.
Collating.
Present participle and verbal noun of collate, to present and institute in a benefice, when the person presenting is both the patron and the ordinary, followed by the
Sofa.
a long seat, usually with a cushioned bottom, back, and ends, much used as a comfortable piece of furniture.
Water pimpernel.
A small white-flowered shrub, brickweed.
Beakhead.
A small platform at the forepart of the upper deck of a vessel, which contains the water closets of the crew.
Crotalaria.
A genus of leguminous plants, rattlebox.
Anniversary.
The annual return of the day on which any notable event took place, or is wont to be celebrated, as the anniversary of the Declaration of Independence.
Manitin.
A white amorphous or crystalline substance obtained by the partial dehydration of manna.
Proclive.
Having a tendency by nature, prone, proclivus.
Antidepus.
Resisting blows, hard.
Fusy.
A fuse, a tube or casing filled with combustible matter, by means of which a charge of powder is ignited, as in blasting, called also fusee, a tube filled with combustible matter, for exploding a shell, etc., to liquefy by heat, to render fit, to dissolve, to melt, and
Turret.
a movable building, of a square form, consisting of 10 or even 20 stories and sometimes 120 cubits high, usually moved on wheels, and employed in approaching a fortified place, for carrying soldiers, engines, ladders, casting bridges, and other necessaries.
Underworld.
The portion of the world which is below the horizon, the opposite side of the world, the antipodes.
Irreligious.
Indicating a want of religion, profane, wicked, as irreligious speech.
Color void.
Mercury telluride, an iron black metallic mineral, found in Colorado.
Buoyant.
Bearing up, as a fluid, sustaining another body by being specifically heavier.
Hexatomic.
Having 6 atoms in the molecule.
Gnome.
Any melody determined by inviolable rules.
Hang.
To hold for support, to depend, to cling, usually with on or upon, as This question hangs on a single point.
Soup.
Things that follow in a series or succession, the individual objects, collectively considered, which constitute a series, as of rooms, buildings, compositions, etc., often written sweet and pronounced SW/T.
Lychee.
The fruit of a tree native to China, Nephilium lychee, it is nut-like, having a rough but tender shell, containing an aromatic pulp, and a single large seed. In the dried fruit which is exported, the pulp somewhat resembles a raisin in color and form.
Fin-like.
Resembling a fin.
Circumpolar.
About the pole, applied to stars that revolve around the pole without setting, as circumpolar stars.
Bluffness.
The quality or state of being bluff.
Whipstitch.
Anything hastily put or stitched together, hence, hasty composition.
Fatigue.
The cause of weariness, labor, toil, as the fatigues of war.
Peg.
A small, pointed piece of wood used in fastening boards together, in attaching the soles of boots or shoes, etc., as a shoe peg.
Tympanites.
A flatulent distension of the belly, tympany.
Tureen.
A large, deep vessel for holding soup or other liquid food at the table.
Generous.
Of honorable birth or origin, hibern.
Perplex.
To involve, to entangle, to make intricate or complicated, and difficult to be unraveled or understood, as to perplex one with doubts.
Finalities.
The state of being final, finished, or complete, a final or conclusive arrangement, a settlement.
Pepsinogen.
The antecedent of the ferment pepsin, a substance contained in the form of granules in the peptic cells of the gastric glands. It is readily convertible into pepsin, also called perpsin.
Exclamatory.
Containing, expressing, or using exclamation, as an exclamatory phrase or speaker.
Orchestra.
The space in a theater between the stage and the audience, originally appropriated by the Greeks to the chorus and its evolutions, afterward by the Romans to persons of distinction, and by the moderns to a band of instrumental musicians.
Yarn.
One of the threads of which the strands of a rope are composed.
Delineate.
To rend in pieces, to tear.
Check.
To toss up the head frequently, as a horse to avoid the restraint of the bridle.
Element.
To compound of elements or first principles.
house,
To have a position in one of the houses, a structure intended or used as a habitation or shelter for animals of any kind, but especially a building or edifice for the habitation of man, a dwelling place, a mansion, a
coefficient,
that which unites an action with something else to produce the same effect.
lean,
To conceal,
quit,
to wait, to depart, to stop doing a thing, to cease.
desolate,
Allied to, or containing, the radical decil.
stripe,
Color indicating a party or faction, hence, distinguishing characteristic, sign, likeness, sort, as, persons of the same political stripe.
cover,
To cover.
dopatical,
Sumptuous in cheer.
blanishing,
Present participle and verbal noun of planish, to make smooth or plain, as a metallic surface, to condense, toughen, and polish by light blows with a hammer.
auscultation,
The act of listening or hearkening to.
baritone,
The viola di gamba, now entirely disused.
headsman,
An executioner who cuts off heads.
preocular,
Placed just in front of the eyes, as the antennae of certain insects.
vita,
One of the oil tubes in the fruit of umbelliferous plants.
longwise,
In the direction of the length, in a longitudinal direction.
change,
To pass from one phase to another, as the moon changes tomorrow night.
patties,
A little pie.
knob,
Imperfect and past participle of mob, a throng, a rabble, especially, an unlawful or riotous assembly, a disorderly crowd.
rebate,
A kind of hard freestone used in making pavements.
scudate,
Protected or covered by bony or horny plates, or large scales.
jarring,
Discord, a clashing of interests.
core,
A body or code of laws.
polyspilus,
Having the sepals separate from each other.
forbear,
Imperative of forbear.
graze,
To tend cattle, etc., while grazing.
debit,
To charge with debt, the opposite of, and correlative to, credit, as, to debit a purchaser for the goods sold.
outlawries,
The act of outlawing, the putting a man out of the protection of law, or the process by which a man as an absconding criminal is deprived of that protection.
Intricacy.
The state or quality of being intricate or entangled, perplexity, involution, complication, complexity, that which is intricate or involved, as the intricacy of a knot, the intricacy of accounts, the intricacy of a cause in controversy, the intricacy of a plot.
Coucher.
One who couches paper.
Unaccomplished.
Not accomplished or performed, unfinished, also, deficient in accomplishment, unrefined.
Snowcap.
A very small hummingbird Microcrealdo cornata, native of New Grenada.
Peck.
To strike with the beak, to thrust the beak into, as, a bird pecks a tree.
Impersonate.
To assume, or to represent, the person or character of, to personate, as, he impersonated Macbeth.
Breathing.
Aspiration, secret prayer.
Deprehended.
Imperfect and past participle of deprehend, to take unawares or by surprise, to seize, as a person committing an unlawful act, to catch, to apprehend.
Floating.
Not funded, not fixed, invested, or determined, as, floating capital, a floating debt.
Warded.
Imperfect and past participle of ward, a projecting ridge of metal in the interior of a lock, to prevent the use of any key which has not a corresponding notch for passing Italian.
Quantic.
A homogeneous algebraic function of two or more variables, in general containing only positive integral powers of the variables, and called quadric, cubic, quartic, etc., according as it is of the second, third, fourth, fifth, or higher degree. These are further called binary, ternary, quaternary, etc., according as they contain two, three, four, or more variables. Thus, the quantic slash is a binary cubic.
Taste.
The one of the five senses by which certain properties of bodies called their taste, savor, flavor, are ascertained by contact with the organs of taste.
Xiphisternum.
The xiphoplastron.
Warp.
To cast prematurely, as young, set of cattle, sheep, etc.
Fungivorous.
Eating fungi, set of certain insects and snails.
Gluttony.
Excess in eating, extravagant indulgence of the appetite for food, voracity.
Lugubrious.
Sportive, ridiculous, wanton.
Starblind.
Half-blind.
Discern.
To perceive, discern, or decide.
Guild.
Furnished with a girl or girls, set of horn or a bugle when the rings are of different tincture from the rest of the horn.
Fondant.
A large copper vessel used for hot amalgamation.
Crooked.
Characterized by a crook or curve, not straight, turning, bent, twisted, deformed.
Carking.
Distressing, worrying, perplexing, hurting, as, carking cares.
Cheer.
To grow cheerful, to become gladsome or joyous, usually with up.
Consequent.
Following by necessary inference or rational deduction, as, a proposition consequent to other propositions.
Weld.
To wield.
Enthusiasm.
Inspiration as if by a divine or superhuman power, ecstasy, hence, a conceit of divine possession and revelation, or of being directly subject to some divine impulse.
Heat.
Variant of hope.
Arctodeal.
Of or pertaining to Arctic lands, as, the Arctodeal fauna.
Snare.
Hence, anything by which one is entangled and brought into trouble.
Dutiful.
Controlled by, proceeding from, a sense of duty, respectful, deferential, as, dutiful affection.
Lee.
A Chinese measure of distance, being a little more than 1/3 of a mile.
The meeting.
Present participle and verbal noun of the meet, to meet.
Sulfionide.
A binary compound of sulfion, or one so regarded, thus, sulfuric acid, H/SO/ is a sulfionide.
Ambulatory.
Pertaining to walk.
Supreme.
Any one of several species of sparoid fishes, especially the common European species Pagellus centrodontus, the Spanish page, ONE, and the black Cyprium Cantharus lineatus, called also Old Wife.
Vis.
Moral power.
Family.
Course of descent, genealogy, line of ancestors, lineage.
Fasciated.
Flattened and laterally widened, as are often the stems of the garden coxcomb.
Antagonize.
To contend with, to oppose actively, to counteract.
Pronotary.
Formerly, one who had the charge of writing the acts of the martyrs, and the circumstances of their death. Now, one of 12 persons, constituting a college in the Roman Curia, whose office is to register pontifical acts and to make and preserve the official record of beatifications.
Rebecca.
a contemptuous term applied to an old woman.
Earwig.
To influence, or attempt to influence, by whispered insinuations or private talk.
Feasting.
Present participle and verbal noun of feast, a festive or joyous meal, a grand, ceremonious, or sumptuous entertainment, of which many guests partake, a banquet characterized by tempting variety and abundance of food.
Improvising.
Present participle and verbal noun of improvise, to compose, recite, or sing extemporaneously, especially in verse, to extemporize, also, to play upon an instrument, or to act extemporaneously.
Version.
A youth, especially, a student in a German university.
Snub.
To treat with contempt or neglect, as a forward or pretentious person, to slight designedly.
Bronchatum.
An instrument for cutting into the bronchial tubes.
Shampooed.
Imperfect and past participle of shampoo, to press or knead the whole surface of the body of a person, and at the same time to stretch the limbs and joints, in connection with the hot bath.
Inoculate.
To bud, to insert, or graft, as the bud of a tree or plant in another tree or plant.
Malady.
A moral or mental defect or disorder.
Centerboard.
A movable or sliding keel formed of a broad board or slab of wood or metal which may be raised into a watertight case amidships when in shallow water, or may be lowered to increase the area of lateral resistance and prevent leeway when the vessel is beating to windward. It is used in vessels of all sizes along the coast of the United States.
Founding.
Present participle and verbal noun of found, to take the FFIRST steps or measures in erecting or building up, to furnish the materials for beginning, to begin to raise, to originate, as, to found a college, to found a family.
Why.
A prefix of obscure meaning, originally used with verbs, adverbs, adjectives, nouns, and pronouns. In the Middle English period, it was little employed except with verbs, being chiefly used with past participles, though occasionally with the infinitive euclip, or euclep, is perhaps the only word not entirely obsolete which shows this use.
Fang.
The tusk of an animal, by which the prey is seized and held or torn, a long pointed tooth, especially one of the usually erectile, venomous teeth of serpents, also one of the falcers of a spider.
Sullenness.
The quality or state of being sulky, sullenness, moroseness, as sulkiness of disposition.
Take.
To admit of being pictured, as in a photograph, as his face does not take well.
Remy.
Of or pertaining to room, abounding in, or causing, Brim. Affected with rheum.
Bridle.
To put a bridle upon. To equip with a bridle. As, to bridle a horse.
Outjust.
To surpass in jesting. To drive out, or away, by jesting.
Drin.
A small fascine or faggot, steeped in wax, pitch, and glue, used in various ways, as for igniting buildings or works, or to light ditches and ramparts.
Deca.
The wall forming a calicle of a coral.
Antispilus.
Standing before a sepal, or calyx leaf.
Etching.
Present participle and verbal noun of etch, to produce, as figures or designs, on mental, glass, or the like, by means of lines or strokes eaten in or corroded by means of some strong acid.
Penguin.
The egg-shaped fleshy fruit of the West Indian plant Bromelia pinguine, of the pineapple family. Also, the plant itself, which has rigid, pointed, and spiny toothed leaves, and is used for hedges.
Primed.
Imperfect and past participle of prime, any number expressing the combining weight or equivalent of any particular element, so called because these numbers were respectively reduced to their lowest relative terms on the fixed standard of hydrogen as 1.
Angle.
Having a nil, claw, or hoof attached, set of certain bones of the feet.
High.
Degree of latitude either north or south.
Murmuring.
Present participle and verbal noun of murmur. To utter complaints in a low, half-articulated voice. To feel or express dissatisfaction or discontent. To grumble, often with it or against.
Farthingale.
A farthingale.
Fuss.
To become moldy, to smell ill.
Twig.
To understand the meaning of, to comprehend, as, do you twig me?
Exceptionless.
Without exception.
Mancune bark.
The bark of a West African leguminous tree or Eithryphlum guineans, used by the natives as an ordeal poison, and also medicinally, called also mancune bark.
Quadrumane.
One of the quadrumana.
Heterodox.
An opinion opposed to some accepted standard.
Cheaply.
At a small price, at a low value, in a common or inferior manner.
Jellying.
Present participle and verbal noun of jelly. Anything brought to gelatinous condition, viscous, translucent substance in a condition between liquid and solid, a stiffened solution of gelatin, gum, or the like.
Rectoris.
A governess, a rectrix.
Euthanasia.
Normal breathing where arterialization of the blood is normal, in distinction from dyspnoea, in which the blood is insufficiently arterialized.
Clothesline.
A rope or wire on which clothes are hung to dry.
Swinger.
A person who engages frequently in lively and fashionable pursuits, such as attending nightclubs or discos.
Earth.
A part of this globe, a region, a country, land.
Forsaken.
Past participle of forsake, to quit or leave entirely, to desert, to abandon, to depart or withdraw from, to leave, as false friends and flatterers forsake us in adversity.
Warming.
And from warm, sea.
Infant.
A person who is not of full age, or who has not attained the age of legal capacity, a person under the age of 21 years, a minor.
Fair.
A group of mammals which formerly included the carnivora, insectivora, marsupialia, and lemurs, but is now often restricted to the carnivora.
Ethnography.
That branch of knowledge which has for its subject the characteristics of the human family, developing the details with which ethnology as a comparative science deals. Descriptive ethnology, the science which treats of the division of mankind into races, their origin, distribution, and relations, and the peculiarities which characterize them.
Vestry.
A parochial assembly, an assembly of persons who manage parochial affairs, so called because usually held in a vestry.
Not.
What not, no not, knows not.
Thomsonian.
Of or pertaining to Thomsonianism.
Exude.
To discharge through pores or incisions, as moisture or other liquid matter. To give out.
Contrastimulant.
Counteracting the effects of stimulants, relating to a course of medical treatment based on a theory of contrastimulants.
Screw.
A cylinder, or a cylindrical perforation, having a continuous rib, called a thread, winding round it spirally at a constant inclination, so as to leave a continuous spiral groove between one turn and the next, used chiefly for producing, when revolved, motion or pressure in the direction of its axis, by the sliding of the threads of the cylinder in the grooves between the threads of the perforation adapted to it, the former being distinguished as the external, or male screw, or, more usually the screw, the latter as the internal, or female screw, or, more usually, the
Anguish.
to distress with extreme pain or grief.
Scrabble.
To make irregular, crooked, or unmeaning marks, to scribble, to scrawl.
Gig.
A playful or wanton girl, a giglet.
morbus,
Proceeding from disease, morbid, unhealthy.
provend,
Provender or food.
calyptriform,
Having the form of calyptra or extinguisher.
upwards,
Yet more, indefinitely more, above, over.
strangery,
A painful discharge of urine, drop by drop, produced by spasmodic muscular contraction.
frigidly,
In a frigid manner, coldly, dully, without affection.
scale,
A series of spaces marked by lines and representing proportionately larger distances, as a scale of miles, yards, feet, etc., for a map or plan.
gather,
To bring together, to collect, as a number of separate things, into one place, or into one aggregate body, to assemble, to muster, to congregate.
inceptive,
Beginning, expressing or indicating beginning, as an inceptive proposition, an inceptive verb, which expresses the beginning of action, called also intuitive.
causize,
A kind of sofa for two persons, a tete/tete.
taste,
To try by the touch of the tongue, to perceive the relish or flavor of anything, by taking a small quantity into a mouth, also used figuratively.
rumble,
A seat for servants, behind the body of a carriage.
torpidity,
The quality or state of being torpid.
inventableness,
Quality of being inventable.
brahminus,
A Brahmani.
kabazu,
A species of armadillo of the genus Xenourus X, Unicincus and X, hispidus, the tutui.
brent,
A brant, a species of wild goose Brant bernicla, called also brent and brand goose. The name is also applied to other related species.
contingency,
The quality or state of being contingent or casual. The possibility of coming to pass.
hygo,
A spree, a revel.
aspermitus,
Destitute of seeds, aspermitus.
responsibility,
The state of being responsible, accountable, or answerable, as for a trust, debt, or obligation.
profound,
An abyss.
urostyle,
A styliform process forming the posterior extremity of the vertebral column in some fishes and amphibians.
kel,
A sort of pottage, kale. a variety of cabbage in which the leaves do not form head, being nearly the original or wild form of the species.
Plagiarism.
The act or practice of plagiarizing.
Spain.
To wean.
Tapering.
Becoming gradually smaller toward one end.
Albury.
A beehive, or something resembling a beehive.
Meadowy.
Of or pertaining to meadows, resembling, or consisting of, meadow.
Spinner.
A spider.
Basilisk.
A fabulous serpent, or dragon. The ancients alleged that its hissing would drive away all other serpents, and that its breath, and even its look, was fatal. A representation of this serpent, it has the head, wings, and legs of a bird, and tail of a serpent.
Squiggle.
To move about like an eel. To squirm.
Volume.
Amount, fullness, quantity, or caliber of voice or tone.
Durance.
A stout cloth stuff, formerly made in imitation of buff leather and used for garments, a sort of tammy or everlasting.
Gleam.
To shoot or dart, as rays of light, as, at the dawn, light gleams in the east.
Felt.
A cloth or stuff made of matted fibers of wool, or wool and fur, fulled or wrought into a compact substance by rolling and pressure, with leaves or size, without spinning or weaving.
Benign.
Exhibiting or manifesting kindness, gentleness, favor, etc., mild, kindly, salutary, wholesome.
Regimen.
Any regulation or remedy which is intended to produce beneficial effects by gradual operation.
Swain.
A servant.
Result.
That which results. The conclusion or end to which any course or condition of things leads, or which is obtained by any process or operation, consequence or effect, as the result of a course of action, the result of a mathematical operation.
Canine.
A compound salt consisting chiefly of potassium chloride and magnesium sulfate, occurring at the Stassfurt salt mines in Prussian Saxony.
Sheafy.
Pertaining to, or consisting of, a sheaf or sheaves, resembling a sheaf.
Tabinet.
A fabric like poplin, with a watered surface.
Bengali.
The language spoken in Bengal.
Steward.
To manage as a steward.
Innkeeper.
An inholder.
Fate.
A festival.
Sullenness.
The state or quality of being stolid, dullness of intellect, obtuseness, stupidity.
Commissariat.
The organized system by which armies and military posts are supplied with food and daily necessaries.
Woe.
Grief, sorrow, misery, heavy calamity.
Slip.
The act of slipping, as a slip on the ice.
Re-examinable.
Admitting of being re-examined or reconsidered.
Edifier.
One who builds.
Skag.
An additional piece fastened to the keel of a boat to prevent lateral motion, the after part of the keel of a vessel, to which the rudder is attached.
Acrocarpus.
Having the fruit stalks at the end of a leafy stem, as in certain mosses.
Brightly.
With lively intelligence, intelligently.
Outlay.
An outlying haunt.
Wariangle.
The red-backed Shrikelanius culrio, called also worger, warrior, and throttler.
Begin.
To enter on, to commence.
Fantasticism.
The quality of being fantastical, fancifulness, whimsicality.
Sword.
One of the end bars by which the lay of a handloom is suspended.
Confetti.
Affected with a conceit.
Sheltering.
Present participle and verbal noun of shelter. To be a shelter for, to provide with a shelter. To cover from injury or annoyance. To shield, to protect.
Post-deceiser.
A person who disguises another of lands which the disguisee had before recovered of the same deceiser.
Suitable psis.
False or depraved sight, imaginary vision of objects.
Accompaniable.
Sociable.
Monophyletic.
Of or pertaining to a single family or stock, or to development from a single common parent form, opposed to polyphyletic, as monophyletic origin.
Downsung.
A biennial wheat Cynoglossum officinale, with soft tongue-shaped leaves, and an offensive odor. It bears nutlets covered with barbed or hooked prickles, called also dog's tongue.
Suffer.
To feel, or endure, with pain, annoyance, etc. To submit to with distress or grief, to undergo, as, to suffer pain of body, or grief of mind.
Plur.
One who pulls, one who whines or complains, a weak person.
Gudgeon.
A metal eye or socket attached to the stern post to receive the pintle of the rudder.
absurd,
an absurdity,
syncoidian,
any one of numerous species of lizards of the family Syncid or tribe Syncoidea. The tongue is not extensile. The body and tail are covered with overlapping scales, and the toes are margined. Any one of numerous species of regularly scaled harmless lizards of the family Syncid, common in the warmer parts of all the continents.
shallowness,
A well or opening through the successive floors of a warehouse or manufactory, through which goods are raised or lowered.
augmenter,
One who, or that which, augments or increases anything.
assessment,
An assessment or tax.
wet,
The act of wetting.
burnous,
A cloak-like garment and hood woven in one piece, worn by Arabs.
last stage,
Room for stowing goods, as in a ship.
undermine,
Figuratively, to remove the foundation or support of by clandestine means, to ruin in an underhand way, as, to undermine reputation, to undermine the constitution of the state.
sun,
An East Indian leguminous plant Crotalaria juncea, and its fiber, which is also called sun hemp.
basilical,
Pertaining to certain parts, anciently supposed to have a specially important function in the animal economy, as the middle vein of the right arm.
dared,
Past participle of dare, to have adequate or sufficient courage for any purpose, to be bold or venturesome, not to be afraid, to venture.
Jacobus,
An English gold coin, of the value of 25 shillings sterling, struck in the reign of James I.
acrocarpus,
Having a terminal fructification, having the fruit at the end of the stalk.
finishing,
The act or process of completing or perfecting, the final work upon or ornamentation of a thing.
profligate,
Broken down in respect of rectitude, principle, virtue, or decency, openly and shamelessly immoral or vicious, dissolute, as, profligate man or rat.
typhoon,
A violent whirlwind, specifically, a violent whirlwind occurring in the Chinese seas.
contrast,
To make sad.
notosaurine,
Resembling in form or structure a foraminiferous shell of the genus Notosaria.
footstep,
An inclined plane under a hand printing press.
precedary,
A guard.
transplaced,
Imperfect and past participle of transplace. To remove across some space. To put in an opposite or another place.
intercoming,
The act of coming between, intervention, interference.
horse of feet,
The limulus or horseshoe crab.
polyporous,
Producing or bearing a great number, bringing forth many.
unwearied,
Not wearied, not fatigued or tired. Hence, persistent, not tiring or wearying, indefatigable.
avocation,
Pursuits, duties, affairs which occupy one's time, usual employment, vocation.
melt,
To reduce from a solid to a liquid state, as by heat, to liquefy, as to melt wax, tallow, or lead, to melt ice or snow.
mailing,
Present participle and verbal noun of mail. The bag or bags with the letters, papers, or other matter contained therein, conveyed under public authority from one post office to another. The whole system of appliances used by government in the conveyance and delivery of mail matter.
adversaria,
A miscellaneous collection of notes, remarks, or selections. A commonplace book, also, commentaries or notes.
superior,
More comprehensive, as a term in classification, as a genus is superior to a species.
gizzard,
A stomach armed with chitinous or shelly plates or teeth, as in certain insects and mollusks.
manifold,
To take copies of by the process of manifold writing, as to manifold a letter.
tingent,
Emitting a clear sound.
hatcher,
One who hatches, or that which hatches, a hatching apparatus, an incubator.
affright,
The act of frightening, also, a cause of terror, an object of dread.
bill broker,
One who negotiates the discount of bills.
gracious,
Produced by divine grace, influenced or controlled by the divine influence, as gracious affections.
pique,
To wound the pride of, to sting, to nettle, to irritate, to fret, to offend, to excite to anger.
flourish,
A flourishing condition, prosperity, vigor.
pro rata,
In proportion, proportionately, according to the share, interest, or liability of each.
instilled,
Imperfect and past participle of instill. To drop in, to pour in drop by drop, hence, to impart gradually, to infuse slowly, to cause to be imbibed.
prana,
One of a class of sacred Hindu poetical works in the Sanskrit language which treat of the creation, destruction, and renovation of worlds, the genealogy and achievements of gods and heroes, the reigns of the Manus, and the transactions of their descendants. The principal pranas are 18 in number, and there are the same number of supplementary books called Upapranas.
Excision.
The act of excising or cutting out or off, extirpation, destruction.
Diligence.
The quality of being diligent, carefulness, careful attention, the opposite of negligence.
Physiologically.
In a physiological manner.
Hemidotone.
The lesser third.
Ritsby.
An uncivil, turbulent fellow.
Jew's harp.
An instrument of music, which, when placed between the teeth, gives, by means of a bent metal tongue struck by the finger, a sound which is modulated by the breath, called also Jew's trump.
Idol.
A false notion or conception, a fallacy.
Editree.
To guard as a churchwarden does.
Stick.
To set with something pointed, as, to stick cards.
Guillotining.
Present participle and verbal noun of guillotine, a machine for beheading a person by one stroke of the heavy axe or blade, which slides in vertical guides, is raised by a cord, and let fall upon the neck of the victim.
Whip.
To take or move by a sudden motion, to jerk, to snatch, with into, out, up, off, and the like.
Astriction.
An obligation to have the grain growing on certain lands ground at a certain mill, the owner paying a toll.
Subcranial.
Situated under, or on the ventral side of, the cranium, facial.
Bleak.
An artificial water drench, especially one to or from a mill.
Tomahawk.
Imperfect and past participle of tomahawk, a kind of war hatchet used by the American Indians. It was originally made of stone, but afterwards of iron.
Homogeny.
Joyed nature.
Disannul.
To annul completely, to render void or of no effect.
Hawkweed.
A plant of the genus Senecio, Hierosyphilius.
Hovel.
To go or get into a hovel.
Corded.
Imperfect and past participle of cord, a solid measure, equivalent to 128 cubic feet, a pile of wood, or other coarse material, 8 feet long, 4 feet high, and 4 feet broad, originally measured with a cord or line.
Extemporaneous.
Composed, performed, or uttered on the spur of the moment, or without previous study, unpremeditated, offhand, extempore, extemporary, as an extemporaneous address or production.
lay,
A share of the proceeds or profits of an enterprise, as, when a man ships for a whaling voyage, he agrees for a certain lay.
go,
To bet or wager, as, I'll go you a shilling.
pick,
A heavy iron tool, curved and sometimes pointed at both ends, wielded by means of a wooden handle inserted in the middle, used by quarrymen, road makers, etc. Also, a pointed hammer used for dressing millstones.
here we,
The European black-headed, or laughing, Elzimratibundus, present participle and verbal noun of laugh, to show mirth, satisfaction, or derision, by peculiar movement of the muscles of the face, particularly of the mouth, causing a lighting up of the face and eyes, and usually accompanied by the emission of explosive or chuckling sounds from the chest and throat, to indulge in laughter.
peleoma,
Olivet ecchymosis.
subscribed,
Imperfect and past participle of subscribe, to sign with one's own hand, to give consent to, as something written, or to bind one's self to the terms of, by writing one's name beneath, as, parties subscribe a covenant or contract, a man subscribes a bond.
stream,
To pour out, or emit, a stream or streams.
hemialbumin,
An albuminous substance formed in gastric digestion, and by the action of boiling dilute acids on albumin, it is readily convertible into hemipeptone, called also hemialbumin.
agedly,
In the manner of an aged person.
sleep,
To be careless, inattentive, or unconcerned, not to be vigilant, to live thoughtlessly.
gout,
Imperfect and past participle of gout, to depress with fear, to daunt the spirits or courage of, to ovary.
off,
That which is cut off.
Norwegian,
That branch of the Scandinavian language spoken in Norway.
modernizer,
One who modernizes.
tunicin,
Animal cellulose, a substance present in the mantle, or tunic, of the tunicates, which resembles, or is identical with, the cellulose of the vegetable kingdom.
abode,
To be ominous.
sum,
To bring together into one whole. To collect into one amount. To cast up, as a column of figures. To ascertain the totality of, usually with up.
polytopus,
Producing many or young.
inexcrable,
That cannot be execrated enough.
pinch,
To plate.
woodchuck,
Any one of several species of Asiatic singing birds belonging to the genera Eonthia and Larvivora. They are closely allied to the European robin. The males are usually bright blue above and more or less red orifice beneath.
Skulking.
Present participle and verbal noun of skulk, to hide or get out of the way in a sneaking manner, to lie close or to move in a furtive way, to lurk.
Chablis.
A white wine resembling Chablis one, but made elsewhere, as in California.
Hosannas.
A Hebrew exclamation of praise to the Lord, or an invocation of blessings.
Exceptionless.
Without exception.
Children.
Entrails.
Abbreviated.
Shortened, relatively short, abbreviate.
Landholder.
A holder, owner, or proprietor of land.
Keenness.
Deity, finery.
Bind.
To sew or fasten together, and enclose in a cover, as, to bind a book.
Denizenship.
State of being a denizen.
Multiplication.
The process of repeating, or adding to itself, any given number or quantity a certain number of times. Commonly, the process of ascertaining by a briefer computation the result of such repeated additions. Also, the rule by which the operation is performed, the reverse of division.
Dissuasory.
A dissuasive.
Mulier.
A woman.
Violinist.
A player on the violin.
Overbearing.
Overpowering, subduing, repressing.
Fog.
To practice in a small or mean way, to pettifog.
Sylvic.
Of, pertaining to, or resembling, pine or its products, specifically, designating an acid called also abitic acid, which is the chief ingredient of common resin obtained from Pinus sylvestris and other species.
A buzz.
In a buzz, buzzing.
Regent.
Ruling, governing, regnant.
Pie.
A fork.
Ready.
To dispose in order.
Unexpedient.
Inexpedient.
Naiad.
Any species of the tribe Naiads, of freshwater bivalves, including Unio, Anodonta, and numerous allied genera, the river mussel.
Lifter.
One who, or that which, lifts.
Bundle.
To tie or bind in a bundle or roll.
Precipitability.
The quality or state of being precipitable.
Satirize.
To make the object of satire. To attack with satire. To censure with keenness or severe sarcasm.
Weldable.
Capable of being welded.
Shoaled.
Imperfect and past participle of shall. To cause to become more shallow. To come to a more shallow part of, as a ship shoals her water by advancing into that which is less deep.
Hyperbolically.
In the form of an hyperbola.
Where.
To form or shape by, or as by, accretion.
Saussurise.
A tough, compact mineral, of a white, greenish, or grayish color. It is near zoisite in composition, and in part, at least, has been produced by the alteration of feldspar.
Dodecagon.
Of or pertaining to the dodecagonia, having 12 styles.
Bandaging.
Present participle and verbal noun of bandage, something resembling a bandage, that which is bound over or around something to cover, strengthen, or compress it, a ligature.
Crash.
Imperfect and past participle of crash, to make a loud, clattering sound, as of many things falling and breaking at once, to break in pieces with a harsh noise.
Patties.
Angus rice, commonly so called in the East Indies.
Baron.
A husband, as, baron and femme, husband and wife.
Granulated.
Imperfect and past participle of granulate, to form into grains or small masses, as, to granulate powder, sugar, or metal.
Bested.
Of bested.
The gates.
A fit of yawning.
Fault.
To charge with a fault, to accuse, to find fault with, to blame.
Euphony.
A pleasing or sweet sound, an easy, smooth enunciation of sounds, a pronunciation of letters and syllables which is pleasing to the ear.
Tilt hammer.
A tilted hammer, a heavy hammer, used in ironworks, which is lifted or tilted by projections or wipers on a revolving shaft, a trip hammer.
Draft.
To draw an outline, to make a draft, sketch, or plan of, as in architectural and mechanical drawing.
Compellable.
Capable of being compelled or constrained.
Fusible.
Capable of being melted or liquefied.
Barge.
Plant of the borage family.
Amphisbonoid.
Like or pertaining to the lizards of the genus Amphisbaena.
Portrait.
To portray, To draw.
Foot.
To tread, to measure or music. To dance. To drip. To skip.
Injudicious.
Not according to sound judgment or discretion. Unwise. As an injudicious measure.
Cove.
To brood, cover, over, or sit over, as birds their eggs.
Allurement.
The act alluring, temptation, enticement.
Smell.
Imperative of smell.
Doom.
That to which one is doomed or sentenced, destiny or fate, especially unhappy destiny, penalty.
Bull.
A compact package or roll of cloth, as of canvas or silk, often containing about 40 yards.
Pyrheliometer.
An instrument for measuring the direct heating effect of the sun's rays.
Empeaks.
A woman's headband, sometimes of metal, for binding the front hair.
Knob cap.
A plain cap or headdress for women or girls, especially one tying under the chin by a very broad band, generally of the same material as the cap itself.
Lie.
Not heavily burdened, not deeply laden, not sufficiently ballasted, as the ship returned light.
Supplely.
In a supple manner, softly, pliantly, mildly.
Outpatient.
A patient who is outside a hospital, but receives medical aid from Italian.
Frank.
The privilege of sending letters or other mail matter, free of postage, or without charge. Also, the sign, mark, or signature denoting that a letter or other mail matter is to free of postage.
K.
The 11th letter of the English alphabet is nundical consonant. The form and sound of the letter K are from the Latin, which used the letter but little except in the early period of the language. It came into the Latin from the Greek, which received it from a Phoenician source, the ultimate origin probably being Egyptian. Etymologically, K is most nearly related to C. G, H which C.
Hydromechanics.
That branch of physics which treats of the mechanics of liquids, or of their laws of equilibrium and of motion.
Sense.
A census, also, a public rate or tax.
Journey.
To travel from place to place, to go from home to distance.
Mask.
Imperfect and past participle of mask, a grotesque head or face, used to adorn keystones and other prominent parts, to spout water in fountains, and the like, called also mascaron.
Draw knife.
A tool used for the purpose of making an incision along the path a saw is to follow. to prevent it from tearing the surface of the wood.
Sine.
The perpendicular itself, the length of a perpendicular drawn from one extremity of an arc of a circle to the diameter drawn through the other extremity of angle below.
Disfavorable.
Unfavorable.
Stomatopodas.
Of or pertaining to the stomatopoda.
Tessellated.
Marked like a checkerboard, as a tessellated leaf.
Tend.
To accompany as an assistant or protector. To care for the wants of, to look after, to watch, to guard, as shepherds tend their flocks.
Overcover.
To cover up.
Septiferous.
Conveying putrid poison, as the virulence of septiferous matter.
Diffudent.
Having two successive sets of teeth deciduous and permanent, one succeeding the other, as a diffudent mammal, diffudent dentition, opposed to minifudent.
Enjoined.
To disjoint.
Interposal.
The act of interposing, interposition, intervention.
Farmost.
Most distant, farthest.
Mountain.
A mountain-like mass, something of great bulk.
Complement.
That which fills up or completes the quantity or number required to fill a thing or make it complete.
Wantedness.
The quality or state of being accustomed.
Redshank.
A bare-legged person, a contemptuous appellation formerly given to the Scotch Highlanders, in allusion to their bare legs.
Compressed.
Imperfect and past participle of compress, a folded piece of cloth, budget of lint, etc., used to cover the dressing of wounds, and so placed as, by the aid of a bandage, to make due pressure on any part.
Pack.
To unite in bad measures, to confederate for ill purposes, to join in collusion.
Parallel.
A comparison made, elaborate tracing of similarity, as Johnson's parallel between Dryden and Pope.
Afterbirth.
The placenta and membranes with which the fetus is connected, and which come away after delivery.
Cavallero.
A cavalier, a gallant, a libertine.
Derail.
The 20th letter of the English alphabet is a non-vocal consonant. With the letter H it forms a digraph TH, which has two distinct sounds, as in thin, then, as sign of the infinitive, to had originally the use of last defined, governing the infinitive as a verbal noun, and connecting it as indirect object with a preceding verb or adjective. Thus, ready to go, i.e., ready unto going, good to eat, i.e., good for eating. I do my utmost to lead my life pleasantly, but it has come to be the almost constant prefix to the infinitive, even in situations where it has no prepositional meaning, as where the infinitive is direct object or subject. Thus, I love to learn, i.e., I love learning. To die for one's country is noble, i.e., the dying for one's country, where the infinitive denotes the design or purpose. Good usage formerly allowed the prefixing of for to the two, as, what went ye out for CMAT 11.
Saxifraga.
A genus of exogenous polypterous plants, embracing about 180 species. Any plant of the genus Saxifraga, mostly perennial herbs growing in crevices of rocks in mountainous regions.
Remarking.
Present participle and verbal noun of remark, the expression, in speech or writing, of something remarked or noticed, the mention of that which is worthy of attention or notice, hence, also, a casual observation, comment, or statement, as, a pertinent remark.
Bandage.
Something resembling a bandage, that which is bound over or round something to cover, strengthen, or compress it, a ligature.
Globigerine slash.
A genus of small foraminifera, which live abundantly at or near the surface of the sea. Their dead shells, falling to the bottom, make up a large part of the soft mud, generally found in depths below 3,000 feet, and called Globigerines of foraminifera.
Sucker.
To strip off the suckers or shoots from, to deprive of suckers, as, to sucker maize.
Philomathic.
Having love of learning or letters.
Pyromanotic.
Pertaining to, or designating, an acid of vanadium, analogous to pyrophosphoric acid.
Indefeasible.
Not to be defeated, not defeasible, incapable of being annulled or made void, as, an indefeasible or title.
Pick.
Imperfect and past participle of pick, to take up, especially, to gather from here and there, to collect, to bring together, as, to pick rags, often with up, as, to pick up a ball or stones, to pick up information.
Compare.
To get, to procure, to obtain, to acquire.
Skeptic.
A doubter as to whether any fact or truth can be certainly known. A universal doubter, a purist, hence, in modern usage, occasionally, a person who questions whether any truth or fact can be established on philosophical grounds. Sometimes, a critical inquirer, in opposition to dogmatist.
Immortals.
A plant with a conspicuous, dry, and withering involucre, as the species of Antennaria, Helichrysum, Gomphrena, etc., continuing indefinitely, or during a long period, perpetual, sometimes used, colloquially, as a strong intensive, as, this everlasting nonsense.
Energizing.
Present participle and verbal noun of energize, to use strength in action, to act or operate with force or vigor, to act in producing an effect.
High.
To rise, as the sun higheth.
Non-combatant.
Any person connected with an army, or within the lines of an army, who does not make it his business to fight, as any one of the medical officers and their assistants, chaplains, and others, also, any of the citizens of a place occupied by an army, also, anyone holding a similar position with respect to the navy.
After.
Below in rank, next to in order.
Nadir.
The lowest point, the time of greatest depression.
Abusing.
Present participle and verbal noun of abuse, to draw or conduct away, to withdraw, to draw to a different part.
Start up.
Upstart,
Ruse.
the pole or other support on which fowls rest at night, a perch.
Lusterless.
Destitute of luster, dim, dull.
Scarp.
The slope of the ditch nearest the parapet, the escarp.
Antisplenetic.
An antisplenetic medicine.
Proportionless.
Without proportion, unsymmetrical.
Topping.
That which comes from hemp in the process of hatchling.
Construing.
Present participle and verbal noun of construe, to apply the rules of syntax to a sentence or clause, so as to exhibit the structure, arrangement, or connection of, or to discover the sense, to explain the construction of, to interpret, to translate.
Fake.
One of the circles or windings of a cable or hawser, as it lies in a coil, a singleton or coil.
Prescriber.
One who prescribes.
Quadrupled.
Imperfect and past participle of quadruple. 4 times the sum or number, a fourfold amount, as, to receive to quadruple of the amount in damages.
Anabaptist.
A name sometimes applied to a member of any sect holding that rebaptism is necessary for those baptized in infancy.
Sorner.
One who obtrudes himself on another for bed and board.
Tachydidoxy.
A short or rapid method of instructing.
Russifibus.
One who dreads Russia or Russian influence.
Aloft.
On high, in the air, high above the ground.
Pro.
A prefix signifying before, in front, forth, for, in behalf of, in place of, according to, as, propose, to place before, proceed, to go before or forward, project, to throw forward, prologue, parts spoken before the main piece, propel, prognate house, provide, to look out for, pronoun, a word instead of a noun, proconsul, a person acting in place of a consul, proportion, arrangement according to parts,
aversion,
the act of turning toward or downward.
effervescency,
A subsiding from a state of ebullition, loss of heat, lukewarmness.
endless,
A broad dagger formerly worn at the girdle.
gymnodont,
One of a group of plectognath fishes gymnodontes, having the teeth and jaws consolidated into one or two bony plates on each jaw, as the diodonts and tetradonts. A plectognath fish of the genera Diodon, Tetrodon, and allied genera. The globefishes can suck in water or air and distend the body to more or less globular form, called also porcupine fish, and sea hedgehog, a genus of spinos, plectognath fishes, having the teeth of each jaw united into a single beak-like plate. They are able to inflate the body by taking in air or water, and, hence, are called globefishes, swellfishes, etc., called also porcupine fishes, and sea hedgehogs.
palmate,
A salt of palmic acid, originally
group,
to cry or shout, hence, to sell by auction.
alcoranic,
Of or pertaining to the Quran.
writing,
Anything written or printed, anything expressed in characters or letters.
port,
A passageway in a machine, through which a fluid, as steam, water, etc., may pass, as from a valve to the interior of the cylinder of a steam engine, an opening in a valve seat, or valve face.
sulfocarbonic,
Of, pertaining to, or designating, a sulfacid, H2CSO2 called also thiocarbonic acid, or an acid, H2CS3, analogous to carbonic acid, obtained as a yellow oily liquid of a pungent odor, and forming salts.
nephilim,
Giants.
gynophore,
One of the branches bearing the female gonophores in certain Siphonophora.
jeoparding,
Present participle and verbal noun of jeopard, to put in jeopardy, to expose to loss or injury, to imperil, to hazard.
Roger,
A mark by which a letter, word, or any part of a writing or print is erased, effaced, or obliterated, an erasure.
anchor,
To make bloody.
cicatricial,
Relating to, or having the character of, a cicatrix.
instant,
Without the least delay or interval, at once, immediately.
frosty,
Appearing as if covered with hoarfrost, white, gray-haired, as a frosty head.
Sullenness.
To solemnize, as to solemnize at matrimony.
Memonization.
The process of making memonish, the state of being under the influence of memonism.
Gentleman.
A man, irrespective of condition, used especially in the plural equals citizens, people, in addressing men in popular assemblies, etc.
Inoffensive.
Inoffensive.
Chrysocolla.
A hydrous silicate of copper, occurring massive, of a blue or greenish blue color.
Pass.
By, beyond, as, he ran past.
Princess-like.
Like a princess.
Remarriage.
A second or repeated marriage.
Orient.
Rising, as the sun.
Stentrin.
A blue coloring matter found in some stentors, any species of ciliated infusoria belonging to the genus Stentor and allied genera, common in fresh water. The stentors have a bell-shaped, or cornucopia-like, body with a circle of cilia around the spiral terminal disc under heterotricha.
Micrometer.
An instrument used with a telescope or microscope for measuring minute distances or the apparent diameters of objects which subtend minute angles. The measurement given directly is that of the image of the object formed at the focus of the object glass.
Obligate.
To tie up so as to hinder from.
Lead.
The width of port opening which is uncovered by the valve, for the admission or release of steam, at the instant when the piston is at end of its stroke.
Bugos.
And inflammation, with enlargement, of a lymphatic gland, especially in the groin, as in syphilis.
Crafty.
Skillful at deceiving others, characterized by craft, cunning, wily.
Banner.
Any flag or standard, as the Star-Spangled Banner.
Sag.
To cause to bend or give way, to load.
Piecework.
Work done by the piece or job, work paid for at a rate based on the amount of work done, rather than on the time employed.
Pituitary.
Secreting mucus or phloem, as the pituitary membrane, or the mucous membrane which lines the nasal cavities.
Xylographical.
Of or pertaining to xylography, or wood engraving.
Surrounded.
Imperfect and past participle of surround, to enclose, as a body of troops, between hostile forces, so as to cut off means of communication or retreat, to invest, as a city.
shed,
that which parts, divides, or sheds, used in composition, as in watershed.
palmasa,
A fossil palm.
mimeographer,
A writer of mimes.
porcelain,
A semi-vitrified clay or shale, somewhat resembling jasper, called also porcelain jasper.
see,
To perceive by the eye, to have knowledge of the existence and apparent qualities of by the organs of sight, to behold, to descry, to view.
ill,
Money,
nathadium,
the ramus of the lower jaw of a bird as far as it is naked, commonly used in the plural.
frisher,
The dressing of the hair by crisping or curling.
rumen,
The evil principle or being of the ancient Persians, the prince of darkness as opposer to Ormuzd, the king of light,
imploded,
formed by implosion.
impressive,
Capable of being impressed.
mastigopoda,
The infusoria.
parallel,
Continuing a resemblance through many particulars, applicable in all essential parts, like, similar, as, a parallel case, a parallel passage.
uni,
The symbol under which Saki, or the personification of the female power in nature, is worshipped. Compare, lingam.
literate,
Spotted, as if from abrasions of the surface.
false,
To feign, to pretend to make.
can speckle,
Having so marked an appearance as easily to be recognized.
confab,
Familiar talk or conversation.
cordially,
In a cordial manner.
castorium,
A peculiar bitter orange-brown substance, with strong, penetrating odor, found in two sacs between the anus and external genitals of the beaver. Castor, used in medicine as an antispasmodic, and by perfumers.
husky,
Rough in tone, harsh, hoarse, raucous, as a husky voice.
seafoam,
Foam of seawater.
bicuspid,
One of the two double-pointed teeth which intervene between the canine's cuspids and the molars, on each side of each jaw, one of the hard, bony appendages which are borne on the jaws, or on other bones in the walls of the mouth or pharynx of most vertebrates, and which usually aid in the prehension and mastication of food. N.
buckle,
A device, usually of metal. consisting of a frame with one more movable tongues or catches, used for fastening things together, as parts of dress or harness, by means of a strap passing through the frame and pierced by the tongue.
Trifluctuation.
A concurrence of three waves.
Bits.
A frame of two strong timbers fixed perpendicularly in the forepart of a ship, on which to fasten the cables as the ship rides at anchor, or in warping. Other bits are used for belaying bits, for sustaining the windlass carrack bits, winch bits, or windlass bits, to hold the pawls of the windlass pawl bits, etc.
Whirl.
To remove or carry quickly with, or as with, a revolving motion, to snatch, to harry.
Yield.
To give up, as something that is claimed or demanded, to make over to one who has a claim or right, to resign, to surrender, to relinquish, as a city, an opinion, etc.
Principality.
The territory or jurisdiction of a prince, or the country which gives title to a prince, as the Principality of Wales.
Three-decker.
A vessel of war carrying guns on three decks.
Uller.
One who owls, especially one who conveys contraband goods. The offence of transporting wool or sheep out of England contrary to the statute formerly existing.
Settle.
To clear of dregs and impurities by causing them to sink, to render pure or clear, set of a liquid, as, to settle coffee, or the grounds of coffee.
Riven.
A bribe.
Demissary.
Sending away, dismissing to another jurisdiction, granting leave to depart.
Shittim.
The wood of the shitty tree.
Constituent.
Having the power of electing or appointing.
Affirmation.
Confirmation of anything established, ratification, as the affirmation of a law.
Premium.
A sum in advance of, or in addition to, the nominal or par value of anything, as gold was at a premium. He sold his stock at a premium.
Delphic.
Of or relating to Delphi, or to the famous oracle of that place.
Astrologize.
To apply astrology to study or practice astrology.
Squatty.
Squat, dumpy.
Irresistless.
That cannot be successfully resisted or opposed. Superior to opposition, resistless, overpowering, as an irresistible attraction.
Cookie.
Confined, cramped.
Trap.
To set traps for game, to make a business of trapping game, as to trap for beaver.
Temper.
that which tempts or checks, as a valve or movable plate in the flue or other part of a stove, furnace, etc., used to check or regulate the draft of air, a contrivance, as in a pianoforte, to deaden vibrations, or, as in other pieces of mechanism, to check some action at a particular time.
Park.
To enclose in a park, or as in a park.
Confix.
Act of fastening.
Foregone.
Past participle of forego. To pass by, to leave, to relinquish the enjoyment or advantage of, to give up, to resign, to renounce, said of a thing already enjoyed, or of one within reach, or anticipated.
Fauteuil.
An armchair, hence because the members sit in fauteuils or armchairs. Membership in the French Academy.
Stiff.
Bearing a press of canvas without careening much, as a stiff vessel, opposed to crank.
Lavishment.
The act of lavishing.
Booths.
A northern constellation, containing the bright star Arcturus.
Address.
Act of addressing oneself to person, verbal application.
Periscopic.
Of or relating to periscope to.
Militia.
Military service, warfare.
Perdition.
Loss of diminution.
Plume.
To swell, as grain or wood with water.
Teasel.
A plant of the genus Dipsacus, of which one species died Philonem, bears a large flower head covered with stiff, prickly, hooked bracts. This flower head, when dried, is used for raising a nap on woolen cloth.
Subdue.
To overpower so as to disable from further resistance, to crush.
Taxer.
One who taxes.
Veteran.
Long exercised in anything, especially in military life and the duties of a soldier. Long practiced or experienced, as a veteran officer or soldier. Veteran skill.
Dejection.
The act of humbling or abasing oneself.
Mal.
A prefix in composition denoting ill or evil. French male. ADV. French malice, bad, ill. In some words it has the form male, as in malediction, malevolent, any wicked or mischievous intention of the mind, a depraved inclination to mischief, an intention to vex, annoy, or injure another person, or to do a wrongful act without just cause or excuse, a wanton disregard of the rights or safety of others, willfulness.
Hobbism.
The philosophical system of Thomas Hobbes, an English materialist 1588 to 1679, especially His political theory that the most perfect form of civil government is an absolute monarchy with despotic control over everything relating to law, morals, and religion.
Pleuroranchi.
Any one of the gills of a crustacean that is attached to the side of the thorax.
4.
Indicating that toward which the action of anything is directed, or the point toward which motion is made, N-T-E-N-D-I-N-G to go to.
Disaffecting.
Present participle and verbal noun of disaffect, to alienate or diminish the affection of, to make unfriendly or less friendly, to fill with discontent and unfriendliness.
Splinting.
Present participle and verbal noun of splint, a thin piece of wood, or other substance, used to keep in place, or protect, an injured part, especially a broken bone when set.
Belch.
The act of belching, also, that which is belched, an eruption.
Bleed.
An artificial water drench, especially one to or from a mill.
Starchy.
Severely criticism.
Ravine.
Food obtained by violence, plunder, prey, raven.
Doctrinal.
Pertaining to, or having to do with, teaching.
Brawn.
Full, strong muscles, especially of the arm or leg, muscular strength, a protuberant muscular part of the body, sometimes the arm.
Transanimating.
Present participle and verbal noun of transanimate, to animate with a soul conveyed from another body.
Fixity.
Fixedness, as, fixity of tenure, also, that which is fixed.
Keen.
Acute of mind, sharp, penetrating, having or expressing mental acuteness, as, a man of keen understanding, a keen look, keen features.
Skepticism.
Etc. A doubter as to whether any fact or truth can be certainly known, a universal doubter, a Pyrrhonist, hence, in modern usage, occasionally, a person who questions whether any truth or fact can be established on philosophical grounds, sometimes, a critical inquirer, in opposition to dogmatist.
Elder.
A clergyman authorized to administer all the sacraments, as a traveling elder.
Abstraction.
A separation from worldly objects, a recluse life, as a hermit's abstraction.
Myth.
To offend slightly.
Unity.
Equal law, or a well-adjusted constitution of government.
Tassel.
A kind of bird used in dressing cloth, a teasel.
Cartulary.
A register, or record, as of a monastery or church.
Aeration.
The act or preparation of charging with carbonic acid gas or with oxygen.
Romantic.
Of or pertaining to any or all of the various languages which, during the Middle Ages, sprung out of the Old Roman, or popular form of Latin, as the Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, French, Provençal, etc.
Temptationless.
Having no temptation or motive, as a temptationless sin.
Atrementasus.
Black, like ink, inky, atramental.
Divergency.
Receding from each other in moving from a common center. The state of being divergent, as an angle is made by the divergence of straight lines.
Centrolineal.
Converging to center, applied to lines drawn so as to meet in a point or center.
Slur.
To sing or perform in a smooth, gliding style. To connect smoothly in performing, as several notes or tones.
Litmus.
A dyestuff extracted from certain lichens Rochella tinctoria, lichen retartaria, etc., as a blue amorphous mass which consists of a compound of the alkaline carbonates with certain coloring matters related to orsin and orsine.
Potboy.
A boy who carries pots of ale, beer, etc., a menial in a public house.
Polymorphism.
The theory that the various genera of bacteria are phases or variations of growth of a number of protean species, each of which may exhibit, according to undetermined conditions, all or some of the forms characteristic of the different genera and species.
Pleonasm.
Redundancy of language in speaking or writing. The use of more words than are necessary to express the idea, as, I saw it with my own eyes.
Distinguishing.
Present participle and verbal noun of distinguish, to recognize or discern by marks, signs, or characteristic quality or qualities, to know and discriminate anything from other things with which it might be confounded, as to distinguish the sound of a drum.
Salvia.
A genus of plants including the sage, the Suffriticos labiate plant Salvia officinalis, with grayish-green foliage, much used in flavoring meats, etc. The name is often extended to the whole genus, of which many species are cultivated for ornament, as the scarlet sage, and Mexican red and blue sage.
Serve.
To contribute or conduce to promote, to be sufficient for, to satisfy, as, to serve one's turn.
Reformato.
An officer who, in disgrace, is deprived of his command, but retains his rank, and sometimes his pay.
Uncircumcision.
The absence or want of circumcision.
Sicilian.
A native or inhabitant of Sicily.
Shipshape.
In a ship-shape or seaman-like manner.
Invalescence.
Strength, health.
Premise.
Having, or consisting of, two branches.
Sunflinaria.
A genus of plants of the poppy family.
Rat.
To hasten.
Cry.
Outcry, clamor, tumult, popular demand.
Fleck.
A spot, a streak, a speckle.
Esker.
In Ireland, one of the continuous mounds or ridges of gravelly and sandy drift which extend for many miles over the surface of the country. Similar ridges in Scotland are called cames or cams.
Poacher.
The American widgeon.
Abandon.
Disposal, control, license.
Lozenge.
A diamond-shaped figure usually with the upper and lower angles slightly acute, borne upon a shield or escutcheon. Compare, fusil.
Quinton.
An intermittent fever which returns every fifth day, reckoning inclusively, or in which the intermission lasts 3 days.
Psalmodist.
One who sings sacred songs, a psalmist.
Karakara.
A light vessel or prow used by the people of Borneo, etc., and by the Dutch in the East Indies.
Parade.
To gnaw into, to wear away, to fret, to consume.
Discolith.
One of a species of coccoliths, having an oval discoidal body, with a thick strongly refracting rim, and a thinner central portion. One of them measures about of an inch in its longest diameter.
Scrotusal.
A rupture or hernia in the scrotum, scrotal hernia.
Beatified.
Imperfect and past participle of beatify, to ascertain and declare, by a public process and decree, that a deceased person is one of the blessed and is to be reverenced as such, though not canonized.
Seamer.
One who seems, one who carries or assumes an appearance or semblance.
Poison.
To taint, to corrupt, to vitiate, as vice poisons happiness, slander poisoned his mind.
Theological.
Of or pertaining to theology, or the science of God and of divine things, as a theological treatise.
Suivified.
Imperfect and past participle of suavify, to make affable or suave.
Wheel.
A rolling or revolving body, anything of a circular form, a disc, an orb.
Stitch.
A row, line, or rank of trees.
lactation,
a giving suck, the secretion and yielding of milk by the mammary gland.
dismay,
Condition fitted to dismay, ruin.
interjectionalize,
To convert into, or to use as, an interjection.
gloaming,
Divided into two lobes or segments.
cathedral,
Making a right angle. Perpendicular, as two lines or two sides of a triangle, which include a right angle.
dentized,
Imperfect and past participle of dentize, to breed or cut new teeth.
easy,
Free from pain, distress, toil, exertion, and the like, quiet, as the patient is easy.
soap,
A European freshwater bream Brahmi spalaris.
boundary,
To spread out in array.
empty,
Not feet, not dexterous, unskillful, clumsy.
solemnity,
A rite or ceremony performed with religious reverence, religious or ritual ceremony, as the solemnity of a funeral, a sacrament.
polygastrica,
The infusoria.
acidifiable,
Capable of being acidified or converted into an acid.
horticultural,
Of or pertaining to horticulture, or the culture of gardens or orchards.
digamated,
Having the digam or its representative letter or sound, as the Latin word vis is a digamated form of the Greek slash.
haze,
Light vapor or smoke in the air which more or less impedes vision, with little or no dampness, a lack of transparency in the air, hence, figuratively, obscurity, dimness.
orb,
To encircle, to surround, to enclose.
gladiole,
A lily-like plant, of the genus Gladiolus, called also cornflag.
Pennsylvanian,
Pertaining to all the Slavic races.
kedger,
A small anchor, a kedge.
Islamitic,
Of or pertaining to Islam, Mohammedan.
ebb,
Receding, going out, falling, shallow, low.
letterpress,
Print, letters and words impressed on paper or other material by types, often used of the writing matter in distinction from the illustrations.
bearberry,
A trailing plant of the heath family Arctostaphylosi, having leaves which are tonic and astringent, and glossy red berries of which bears are said to be fond.
rosebud,
The flower of a rose before it opens, or when but partially open.
Neatly.
Necessarily, of necessity.
Sophistical.
Of or pertaining to sophist, embodying sophistry, fallaciously subtle, not sound.
Strip.
To remove fiber, flock, or lint from, set of the teeth of the card when it becomes partly clogged.
Exquisite.
One who manifests an exquisite attention to the external appearance, one who is overness in dress or ornament, a fop, a dandy.
Exfoliate.
To split into scales, especially to become converted into scales as the result of heat or decomposition.
Microzoospore.
A small nodal spore furnished with two vibratile cilia, found in certain green algae.
Nobilitation.
The act of making noble.
Iatric.
Of or pertaining to medicine, or to medical men.
Rubian.
One of several color-producing glycosides found in madder root.
Consult.
To have reference to, in judging or acting, to have regard to consider, as, to consult one's wishes.
Exponential.
Pertaining to the exponents, involving variable exponents, as, an exponential expression, exponential calculus, an exponential function.
Elect.
One chosen or set apart.
Bailiff.
A sheriff's deputy, appointed to make arrests, collect fines, summon juries, etc.
Xanthochroic.
Having a yellowish or fair complexion, of or pertaining to the xanthochroi.
Exhibition.
The act of exhibiting for inspection, or of holding forth to view, manifestation, display.
15.
5 and 10, one more than 14.
Iacatura.
A short grace note, one semitone below the note to which it is prefixed, used especially in art and music, now used as equivalent to the short appoggiatura.
Articulate.
Distinctly uttered, spoken so as to be intelligible, characterized by division into words and syllables, as articulate speech, sounds, words.
Like-minded.
Like-minded.
Monstrousness.
The state or quality of being monstrous, unusual, extraordinary.
Sclerometer.
An instrument for determining with accuracy the degree of hardness of a mineral.
Sea bear.
The white bear.
Hazard.
Risk, danger, peril. As he encountered the enemy at the hazard of his reputation and life.
dreadly,
inspiring dread, impressing great fear, fearful, terrible, as a dreadful storm.
track master,
One who has charge of the track, called also roadmaster.
barbarism,
An offense against purity of style or language, any form of speech contrary to the purities of a particular language, an impropriety or incongruity of language in the combination of words or parts of a sentence, especially deviation from the idiom of a language or from the rules of syntax.
wold,
A wood, a forest.
isomorphism,
A similarity of crystalline form between substances of similar composition, as between the sulfates of barium bosophore and strontium SrSO4. It is sometimes extended to include similarity of form between substances of unlike composition, which is more properly called homoeomorphism.
paleo,
A combining form meaning old, ancient, as Palearctic, paleontology, paleotheer, paleography.
supravulgar,
Being above the vulgar or common people.
alm,
NL, obsolete, a French cloth measure. Of different parts of the country at Paris, 0.95 of an English L, now superseded by the meter.
retroflexed,
Reflects, bent or turned abruptly backward.
gopher,
One of several Western American species of the genus Spermophilus, of the family Cearid, as the gray gopher Spermophilus franklini, and the striped gopher S. triticumulatus, called also striped prairie squirrel, leopard marmot, and leopard spermophile. Any ground squirrel of the genus Spermophilus, a gopher under gopher.
frame,
A glazed portable structure for protecting young plants from frost.
articulate,
To join or be connected by articulation.
terminus,
Literally, a boundary, a border, a limit.
break,
The act of breaking, in a figurative sense.
right,
Afford.
splintery,
Consisting of splinters, resembling splinters, as the splintery fracture of a mineral.
Falcidian,
Of or pertaining to Publius Falcidius, a Roman tribune.
parable,
Similitude, comparison.
tither,
One who collects tithes.
transaudient,
Permitting the passage of sound.
impaneled,
Of impanel.
oracle,
The chamber, or one of the two chambers, of the heart, by which the blood is received and transmitted to the ventricle or ventricles, so called from its resemblance to the auricle or external ear of some quadrupeds, the seat of the affections or sensibilities, collectively or separately, as love, hate, joy, grief, courage, and the like, rarely, the seat of the understanding or will, usually in a good sense, when no epithet is expressed, the better or lovelier part of our nature, the spring of all our actions and purposes, the seat of moral life and character, the moral affections and character itself, the individual disposition and character, as a good, tender, loving, bad, hard, or selfish heart.
Garget.
A distemper in hogs, indicated by staggering and loss of appetite.
Henbit.
A weed of the genus Lamy in Latin amplixical, with deeply crenate leaves.
Extractor.
A forceps or instrument for extracting substances.
Reality.
The state or quality of being real, actual being or existence of anything, in distinction from mere appearance, fact.
Top rope.
A rope used for hoisting and lowering a topmast, and for other purposes.
Banknote.
A promissory note payable at a bank.
Ruction.
An uproar, a quarrel, a noisy outbreak.
Bulls.
A ball of wood or other material used for rolling on a level surface in play. A ball of hardwood having one side heavier than the other, so as to give it a bias when rolled.
Sedentary.
Caused by long sitting.
Fridge.
To rub, to fray.
Perturb.
To disorder, to confuse.
Enfilade.
Being without a fellow, unmatched, unmated.
Requiem.
A mass set or sung for the repose of a departed soul.
Slick.
A wide paring chisel.
Active.
Quick in physical movement, of an agile and vigorous body, nimble, as an active child or animal.
Pagod.
An idol.
Hyphen.
To connect with or separate by a hyphen, as two words or the parts of a word.
Swordworm.
The fluke of sheep, a parasitic trematode worm of several species, having a flat, lanceolate body and two suckers. Two species Fasciola hepatica and Distoma lanceolatum are found in the livers of sheep and produce the disease called
Semidiurnal.
pertaining to, or traversed in, 6 hours, or in half the time between the rising and setting of heavenly body, as a semidiurnal arc.
Cadastral.
Of or pertaining to landed property.
trapezium,
A plane figure bounded by four right lines, of which no two are parallel.
coffin,
The case in which a dead human body is enclosed for burial.
macrame lace,
A coarse lace made of wine, used especially in decorating furniture.
planometry,
The art or process of producing or gauging a plane surface.
pronounced,
Imperfect and past participle of pronouns. To utter articulately. To speak out or distinctly. To utter, as words or syllables. To speak with the proper sound and accent as. Adults rarely learn to pronounce a foreign language correctly.
burning,
Consuming, intense, inflaming, exciting, vehement, powerful, as, burning zeal.
user,
Enjoyment of property, use.
crocodian,
A lively polish hands, in 2 to 4 time.
monandrian,
Of or pertaining to the monandria, having but one stamen.
beveled,
Replaced by two planes inclining equally upon the adjacent planes, as an edge, having its edges replaced by sloping planes, as a cube or other solid.
ontalgia,
Toothache,
damurai,
a kind of muscovite or potash mica, containing water.
imbrication,
An overlapping of the edges, like that of tiles or shingles, hence, intricacy of structure, also, a pattern or decoration representing such a structure.
jack,
A machine or contrivance for turning a spit, a smoke jack, or kitchen jack.
engine,
Anything used to effect a purpose, any device or contrivance, an agent.
expectant,
Waiting for the efforts of nature, with little active treatment.
punctuated,
Imperfect and past participle of punctuate, to mark with points, to separate into sentences, clauses, etc., by points or stops which mark the proper pauses in expressing the meaning.
bungled,
Shriveled or shrunken, said especially of grain which has lost its juices from the ravages of insects, such as the wheat midge, or trips thrips cerealium.
index,
The text of a book.
tipple,
Liquor taken in tippling, drink.
answerableness,
The quality of being answerable, liable, responsible, or correspondent.
metatitanic,
Of, pertaining to, or designating, an acid of titanium analogous to metasilicic acid.
dipillus,
Hairless.
Hoveline.
a native sulfide of copper, occurring in masses of a dark blue color, hence called indigo copper.
Washerwoman.
The pied wagtail, so called in allusion to its beating the water with its tail while tripping along the leaves of water plants.
Incompetency.
The quality or state of being incompetent, want of physical, intellectual, or moral ability, insufficiency, inadequacy, as the incompetency of a child hard labor, or of an idiot for intellectual effort.
Retrocopulant.
Copulating backward, or from behind.
Profusive.
Profuse, lavish, prodigal.
Negotiate.
To transfer for valuable consideration under rules of commercial law, to sell, to pass.
Formation.
A substance formed or deposited.
Efflorescence.
The powder or crust thus formed.
Justify.
To pronounce free from guilt or blame, to declare or prove to have done that which is just, right, proper, etc. To bulge, to exonerate, to clear.
Behalf.
Advantage, favor, stead, benefit, interest, profit, support, defense, vindication.
Scythe.
A smith's shop, a smithy, a smithery, a forge.
Pneumatological.
Of or pertaining to pneumatology.
Remnant.
An unsold end of piece goods, as cloth, ribbons, carpets, etc.
Fizjig.
A fish jig.
Beck.
To nod, or make a sign with the head or hand.
Sylvan.
A fabled deity of the wood, a satyr, a faun, sometimes a rustic.
Barometer.
An instrument for measuring the specific gravity of fluids, a form hydrometer.
Bologna.
The acorn cup of two kinds of oak, Quercus macropis, and U. valnea, found in Eastern Europe. It contains abundance of tannin, and is much used by tanners and dyers.
Unpinned.
To relax in exertion, attention, severity, or the like, hence, to indulge in mirth or amusement.
Secure.
Net exposed to danger, safe, applied to persons and things, and followed by against or from.
Rung.
One of the stakes of a cart, a spar, a heavy staff.
Grounding.
If you enjoyed this sleepy dictionary on autonomous sleep, please like, dislike, or subscribe if you'd like to see more. I appreciate your feedback and read every comment as this is a spare time hobby. Please be aware that implementing changes may be a gradual process. Please be aware that implementing changes may be in progress on all channels and works in progress on channel contains general statistics and background information. Happy YouTube travels.